This cool, but my next single is more hot. I did all the shows in my city, I was busy. Yeah, now I'm taking over your block. Ay, where the dope at? Yeah, they shoot at me just like Kodak. Ay, got a problem, tell them hold that. Just run the city, boy, I thought you know that. How we make a way without a boat? Wait, how? He got all the keys and all the...
Welcome everyone. It is Saturday afternoon and you know what this day is. This is a big day. This is pretty much the final weekend of playoffs. We got Masters and we got Premier tomorrow, but that's tomorrow. It's all about the Masters today and we got an absolutely epic game for you. And just in case you fancy it, there is another stream going on, but that, you know, stay on this channel because this is where the action is going to be happening. And of course, you know, to kick things off, I need an absolutely amazing caster to join me in the booth, and alongside me we have the legend himself. It is Tom Dillon. How's it going, Tom?
Well, I'm flattered, frankly, but excited for this one. Actually, now I said last stream that it was my last cast of the season, but it should actually now be my last cast of this season. So very excited to get a great series underway in the Master tier. The quality of the Rocket League we've seen so far throughout the two brackets and the play-ins have been absolutely incredible, and I'm hoping for some more awesome series.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, it's good to have you back, Tom. We've casted a few this season, so let's finish this one on an absolutely epic game. And of course, you know, the two, we haven't even said who the two teams are, so let's do that. We've got Severance versus Sub-Zero, and I suppose we should actually, you know, have a look at the bracket as well, just to sort of see what these two teams have got lined up for them. Should they win or should they lose? Because this is the upper semi-finals, and it's a case of whoever loses this one, you know, they're not out. They're still in it. They still got a chance, but they'll move down into the lower bracket. And whoever wins this one, of course, will have the slightly easier run to the final. And yeah, Tom, this is going to be quite a tasty one because, of course, Severance are pretty much a dominant team. They finished first in the league, and they're going up against the team that finished third in the exact same league, Sub-Zero. So, I mean, looking at the brackets there. I mean, Tom, what's your thoughts? Do you think this is going to be a walk in the park for Severance, or Sub-Zero is going to cause a bit of an early upset?
Well, theoretically, you'd say that it would be a walk in the park for Severance, obviously, and I think that's going to be something we've got to keep an eye on. Sub-Zero, of course, will be perhaps playing a little bit more conservatively here, trying to make sure that they can just keep organised, stay within themselves, and then hope that Severance sort of makes some mistakes, and the pressure of being essentially the champions of your conference, hopefully that gets to them. Here are the statistics and things. Severance versus Sub-Zero. And you can see that Severance having that almost perfect season, finishing first in the conference. And then Sub-Zero not quite as good of a season, 39 wins compared to 49, but still in with a fighting chance here, Morris Guy.
They are indeed, and yeah, I mean, on paper, you got to think, you know, Severance, they are definitely the favourites. Well, certainly in my eyes, they're putting in an absolute shift this season with the 49 wins and absolutely dominating as well on the field in terms of aggression, with sort of goals for nearly hitting the 200 mark. And then, of course, the other standout for me is the demos, 215 demos. It's pretty tasty. But I mean, it's, you know, it's playoffs. We've all been there. We've all seen it happen. You know, it's a case of a team has to turn up on the day, and they have to put in the shift that they did during the actual season to stand any chance of going through. And I mean, if you look at the players there, I mean, certainly, I think Sub-Zero, they've got a chance. They've got some good players on their side, and yeah, I mean, any players in particular that stand out for you, Tom, for either team?
Well, I'm seeing the 60-goal contribution from Steb on the side of Sub-Zero. Absolutely incredible shift there. Never mind the 86 goals in just 3 more games of Steb for Serve on the Severance side. So both teams very prolific in front of the goal, and I think they'll be hoping for more of the same today. Also, something very encouraging from both of the teams is that they seem to have a clear idea of who their rosters are going to be heading into these playoffs.
Indeed, they do. And I mean, you know, we could talk for hours upon hours about what's going to happen, but why not? Why don't we actually just, you know, get these teams underway? And Tom, I've got to ask you before we kick off, who are you going for? Who's your money on for this one?
Well, I'm going to give this one to Severance. I don't think you can finish first in the league and somehow find a way to not win this one. As we get underway, then it is Severance in the blue and Sub-Zero in the red, and immediately it's going to be Sub-Zero actually with the first attacker save off the line from Cal D. Back into the centre though goes Kami, trying to find a teammate, can't quite do so. Bit of a nervy start from a Severance perspective.
Here's a little bit, but you know, first game jitters. Bryn then almost getting on the end of a Cole, stepping up, and yeah, early jitters at the moment, but Severance still looking like they've got the early advantage here, putting on a bit of early pressure. But yeah, no, you know, you just got to feel like for Sub-Zero, you just got to be. If it was me, you know, try and be a little bit aggressive on the out. Oh, God, you have to make sure you got someone on the end of that one. But yeah, put Severance on the back foot as soon as you can, and you could just cause a little bit of more nerves creeping into Severance, and you never know what could happen. But yeah, certainly got a long way to go. Yeah, Steb clearing that one out. Lines on the post. Sub-Zero getting the first golden opportunity at the moment there, Tom.
First job indeed, not to convert though on this occasion. It's Sub-Zero still trying to sort of pepper the defence. It's going to be Kami who goes for one step now, and there's a demo play off of the line, and it just agonisingly hasn't got enough momentum, and they survive once more. Do Severance. Kami now going in the air, can't quite get a touch on this one. Serve is able to send it away once more. Charm back into the centre. Step with the touch. It just goes wide once more, but it's still alive here with Kami into the centre. Serve surely quelling the attack eventually.
Now we're into back into Sub-Zero's own half. The demo, and it's crept in at the far post there. Serve almost out of nothing. Charm just got a little bit caught up in the corner. Great challenge there by Carl, and just sends it into the path of Serve, who indeed serves up an absolute doozy into the far corner. And just like that, just when you thought Sub-Zero might have been getting the early nerves out of the way and getting ahead in the game, they find themselves on the back foot, and almost, I don't know, I was about to say almost quite fortunate there for Severance, but they, you know, they've been playing well, and they've got themselves ahead, so now it's a case of whether Sub-Zero can bring themselves back into it.
And well, top teams do tend to make you feel like you're on top and then quickly give you a reality check if you get too cocky. This time there's another chance for Severance. It just bounces awkwardly out for them, and it's going to be Sub-Zero who tried to come forward with Steb. There's not too many men on the line, but in the end this one pops up back to Serve down the right hand side, trying to go into the centre. In the midfield, third, can't quite go forward too much more. Severance now down this right hand side, attacking with a little bit of vigour, trying to look for a teammate in the centre. Again, can't find him, and Steb this time is going to have a bit of an opportunity, and it just bounces awkwardly for him. Still only the one goal between these two teams, and that can change in the matter of seconds. But I think Severance will be feeling pretty comfortable the way they are right now.
They are indeed, and you just feel a little bit, for me anyway, Sub-Zero just seemed a little bit nervy on the back, on the defence there, but Steb trying to work his little magic there, pushing forward for Sub-Zero, and instead though Carl doing a nice bit of tidying up, but it's gone straight into the path of Charm, and a little bit of back and forth here on the right hand side at the moment, and if Sub-Zero can make this work and get something out of it, then you know, it's game on indeed. But still pretty much a bit of a battle going in the midfield. Lovely pass in field there by Charm, and Steb can't quite get on target, but he can! Somehow he managed to work that one in. And as you watch the replay here, lovely little play there by Charm, into path of Steb, backflips into that one, sends it on target, and completely catches Severance flat-footed. And with 1:40 left on the clock, 1-0, game on.
Oh, not easy at all when you're back trying to reverse into that one. Steb did very well in the end, but now Cow trying to bring it forward down the left-hand side. Kami able to get the touch away. Serve keeping this one alive onto Steb, who down the left-hand side looks for Kami. Can't quite find him, and this one pops up for Serve quite nicely. Can't quite turn his home. It was an awkward angle. Still, you'd like to think that those get turned in at some point if you're going to go and win a game. Even those half opportunities, just a couple of those going in, and you find yourself in a very good position. Serve this time, keeping it alive, goes in for Bryn, and it's just off of the line, off for the crossbar, as well off the underside of the crossbar, and they survive the Sub-Zero.
They do indeed, and those sort of fortunate moments that you just feel like maybe if you can ride your luck a little bit, you can got every opportunity. With 40 seconds left on the clock, though, they're right on the back foot, though. Severance just trying to make sure they don't find themselves battling in the first game OT here. And Sub-Zero just got to be careful on this defense here. That's a lovely clear upfield. That's more like it now, but it's gone straight to the path of Carl D, who sends it straight back to them. And 20 seconds left on the clock. Jarm trying to work his little magic here. Can't quite get much on the end of that one. Nice demo there by Kami on the way out, but it's left them slightly back. Oh, I'm losing my words there for a moment, but as the clock ticks down, seems like we're going to get the first OT of the series here, Tom.
Perhaps we are, and it's going to come in the first game as well, unless they can beat the buzzer here, and it still is alive. Serve's got to try and put it onto the floor. Charm now with that responsibility. It's still alive and still just popping up in the air. Is Charm going to try and go alone, or is he going to try and ground it? It does still not get grounded, looking for a pinch off of the wall. Steb again, still trying to beat the buzzer. The ball still pops up. We've been on 0 seconds for about 15 now. Back forward. The ball goes. Surely Serve is going to ground this one. Now he does, and we have overtime.
That was nerve-wracking stuff then. I was wondering when that ball was going to hit the ground or hit the back of the net. And instead we find ourselves in OT here. Nice third man defence there by Charm. But the ball's very much being put on the pressure for Sub-Zero. They've got to be careful here. It's Charm now trying to work his way out. Good challenge there by Serve. Just keeping the pressure on for Severance, who are looking very strong at the moment, trying to work their way into it. Bryn across the goal line, into the path for Carl D, who finds his mark straight underneath the bar. And the lovely player there on the left-hand side by Bryn just slows it down a little bit, gives themselves a bit of time, pops it into the path of his teammate. And there we have it. The favourites find themselves in a very good position as we go into game two. And they're 1-0 up. But it wasn't an easy ride for Severance. I don't know about you, Tom, but that seemed like Sub-Zero matched them on quite a few occasions.
They did match them, and it's going to be a difficult run up to game 5 here. They've got to get this second game, you would think, to give themselves that little bit of breathing room in the series. But I think here Sub-Zero will take some positives out of that, and I don't think this looks like a team who are going to get knocked out of that lower bracket, and I think they could, even if they lose here to a rather difficult opponent, I think they could find themselves going up and going quite far in this playoff season.
I can indeed, and I think I can't remember what predictions I gave, but I'm pretty sure Sub-Zero were one of my potential underdogs that I could see sort of going quite far. So yeah, they're putting in a good performance at the moment, and like you say, they've got every chance of coming through. So as we enter into game 2 here on Forbidden Temple, it's going to be interesting to see whether Sub-Zero carry that momentum that they sort of had at moments during that first game there and come out guns blazing, or whether Severance are just going to put them straight back on the back foot here. But certainly, it's the age-old adage. First goal is definitely going to be determining who. You know what, Tom? I was trying to say something profound then, and it just, I just had a slight brain fart. It disappeared, and never mind. So I'll just carry on commentating.
Yes, well, that almost crept in. Just a quick update from around the grounds as we have a moment. Serve trying to take it over 1, looks to go over 2, does go over 2, and I'll give you the update in a moment as they're about to score here. Off of the line goes Kami. Abyss have taken the lead against Lovi in the lower round 1. Hades have also dropped a game. Those are going on off of stream right now. Still yet to get an update from the B stream on the bracket spreadsheet, but we're back here at Forbidden Temple for this game 2 between Severance and Sub-Zero. Down the left-hand side goes Bryn, trying to bring this forward. Severance really wanting the early goal here. Steb has to rotate back. Charm off the backboard gets it clear quite nicely. Only as far as Serve, who tries to go into the centre for a teammate. Can't quite find one. Sub-Zero survive for the moment.
They do indeed. They're not looking as solid as what they did during the first game, but just trying to work a little bit of pressure here at the moment as Charmon catching the ball on the right hand side, off the ceiling, trying to get the second touch here. Slight double commit with his teammate, but fortunately Stead playing as a good solid third man there, and he's stepping up to this one off the underside of the bar. Oh my words, nearly crept in underneath, but instead decides to bounce out, and now it's a turn of Serve, dribbling up the end of the field. It's part for Carl, but that's a good defence there by Charm. And it seems like the pace of the game has just picked up a bit here as we've got a bit of end-to-end stuff. Serve coming in, good rotation defence from him. And one end of the field to the other at the moment. I don't know about you, Tom. I'm struggling to keep track of it at the moment.
So am I. It's a definition of a 50-50 game, isn't it? Could go either way. At the moment, Bryn trying to make it go one way rather than the other. Can't quite get the shots away. Tries to find a teammate of Cal. Doesn't serve. Just misses this one in the air. That allows Steb a little bit of chance to rebuild here. Off of the ceiling. Looks for a double touch. Looks for a teammate. Finds a teammate, but it's agonisingly wide. The follow-up from Kami is in. And it was probably one of the more awkward goals they'll score today. It was a good demo play, actually, on reflection. Kami was never going to miss that one. And Sub-Zero have found an opportunity, and they have punished their opponents.
It's almost like they've been listening to the stream. The fact that I said they were looking a little bit out of sorts compared to the first game, they decided to step it up a little bit. And as we're approaching the halfway point, it's paid off for them, and they find themselves in the game advantage now with 1 goal to the good. But you've got to be careful with a team like Severance. You don't want to be conceding straight off the kickoff, which they nearly did there. And Severance applying a bit of pressure here, but good clearance up the end of the field. Carl D, as third man there, just punts it up. Neither of his teammates there to follow up. And now it's a turn of Sub-Zero to bring it back into Severance's half as Charm trying to get the offensive demo, and it's just left it slightly awkward as they're scrambling to get back onto the line, but Bryn not able to find his target. And yeah, it seems like, oh my word, Charm save on the line, and Severance are putting in they're trying to get back into this one, but so far nothing working out for them.
They haven't played particularly bad. Sub-Zero just getting that opportunity, and it was almost a half chance, and it just went in. And that is how you go on and you win games. You need that little bit of luck. This time Step down the right hand side, booms it downfield. Cal just misses this one. Charm looking to make it 2. It's a cheeky tap, and he's just unable to find a teammate there. And it's going to be Bryn who tries to bring this forward, has plenty of support, but also has Stev in his way, who now trying to attack down the other end. Still 1-0 to Sub-Zero as we approach the final minutes here. Kami trying to keep this attack invigorated. Ball still just lingering up in the air for Cal D. Kami back into the backboard, almost can't quite find the way forward, and they're just running the clock down now as Sub-Zero. Now with a chance if he can get this redirect, he can't. It's just slightly awkward for him. And whilst the ball is in attacking quarters, I think they'll be a little bit frustrated. It hasn't been quite as easy as they would like from them off of the crossbar, and that just sums up their game.
It does indeed. And just having a look at the quick stats there, Serve is putting in an absolute shift for Severance, but at the moment it's not quite working out for him, and both his teammates probably just need to step up their game a little bit. And so far this is looking good for Sub-Zero. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they just got to be careful here. Go in the corner, Serve! Oh! Caster's curse! I shouldn't have said it. Should have said anything. Should have said they were looking absolutely terrible and awful, and they might have got away with that. But Serve, lovely little play on left-hand side, a good solo play, squeeze it in left-hand corner, and we're back to square, back to all square now.
It was a wonderful solo play, but I think Kami on the line is just going to be a little bit frustrated with himself. That didn't bounce kindly for them. Trying to go back forward though, it's still alive for Sub-Zero, trying to get a tap off of the backboard with the last 6 seconds of the game. Can't quite do so, and now just trying to ground it with 2 seconds to go. Can Sub-Zero get the game at the 0-second mark? It's going to ground itself, and we have yet another overtime.
Got a feel. I did not see this coming. I thought Sub-Zero had it wrapped up. They were starting to look quite comfortable. Charm, nearly squeezing out into the top there, but unfortunately for him, Carl D stayed on the line, and now Severance trying to peg them back on the offense. Carl D off the corner into Bob Bryn. But Charm and Kami both working together, and now here comes Kami. Good 50 from him. Carl D's on the end of that one off the backboard. Sub-Zero now trying to squeeze the screws a little bit, but that's just not going to bounce down favourably for them. But they managed to retain possession here, but leaving Steb alone at the front as Kami and Charm decide to head back. And I didn't think it was going to be this close, but at the moment this is looking like this could go either way at the moment. And Sub-Zero, if they lose this one, they're going to definitely feel hard done by, I reckon.
Well, I think if they lose this one, Severance will probably have one hand on the sweep. Because Cal D coming forward, it'll be one of those unfair sweeps that it doesn't really tell you the whole story of the game. Serve with the shot that comes in, saved by Bossa Kami. It's Severance now who have a little bit of momentum and a little bit of wind in their sails. This one lands awkwardly. Cal's going to try and get a shot away. Kami, in the end, going to recollect his thoughts and get this cleared.
Ooh.
Into the ball, and there's a slight lag on my end for a moment. I apologise about not reacting there, but it's still 1-1.
I know, I was expecting you to go a little bit. Oh my word! Charm! Oh, that wasn't Charm, sorry, that was a lovely shot. I can't remember who it was by, but at the moment, Severance off the post, Bryn! Couldn't quite squeeze that one in. And Sub-Zero just playing with fire at the moment. Severance looking to try and make it an easy one for them in game 3, but fair play to Sub-Zero. They managed to keep themselves in this one as we're reaching 2 minutes gone in OT here in game 2. Bryn, no! Get off the post! That right-hand post there is playing fourth man for Sub-Zero, and they're going to be giving it MVP if it hits any more shots away for them. But here comes Sub-Zero now on the offense. They just got to be careful and work this one nicely, but not able to get anything at the moment. And yeah, I just don't know what to say at the moment, Tom. This is absolutely crazy stuff. Charm serve on the line. Oh my word! I think I need to take a breather.
Looking for the double tap serve now. Surely putting the game to bed. Does put the game to bed. And wow, it took a moment. And it's going to be Severance who just about get this game. It was a wonderful pass from Cal. And then Kami on the line could do absolutely nothing about it. It's a moment of inspiration from Cal and Serve respectively. And it's going to be Severance who get the win and make it 2-0 in the series.
That is absolutely insane. Serve, I said during the game at some point that he's put it in the shift, but 7 shots on target, though that's not going to do his shooting percentage any good. I mean, 11 shots and only 2 goals for the good, but he was putting in an absolute effort, and you just got to feel for Sub-Zero. They just kind of fell asleep there at the end, which sort of led to that second goal going in the OT there, and but you know. They're not playing bad, and I really want to see them get at least one win here, because I think they'll be hard done by if they don't get anything out of this series. But at the moment, Severance definitely got series advantage, albeit you could say fortunate. Tom, would you say fortunate?
I'd say fortunate for Severance. I don't know what's going on with the B stream, but still no reports. Oh, there we go. Fearless Alpha has finally taken game 1. On the B stream side of things. As for the lower bracket, Abyss have taken a 2-1 lead in their series. That's in games, of course. Hades and Heck are all level as well. As we head into this game here then, all to play for, but it's Severance on match point.
It is indeed, and I think for this first minute is going to be a good sign as to whether Sub-Zero are going to be able to bring themselves back into this one, because it's definitely going to be affecting them mentally after putting in an absolute solid effort in that second game there, and they're 2-0 down for it in the series. So if they can get an early goal in this one and just sort of settle the nerves a little bit and just raise their heads and keep them high, then they've got every chance here, because they're matching Severance at the moment. But nevertheless, even if they lose, they've still got a chance. They've got another life, but they won't be wanting to do that. They want to make it easy. That's just Kami off! Oh, wrong side of the post. And Sub-Zero putting in the early offensive pressure here, but first chance goes begging.
Back to Steb, trying to get the shot away. The shooting still just getting away from them collectively here. Sub-Zero keeping it alive though is Charm off of the backboard. There's no teammate there. Steb might get there in the end. A good demo play, but in the end it's a fruitless task for them. Serve now trying to go back forward. Severance really being sent to their own half here. Steb finally finds the way through. And when you're peppering a defence as much as they are, eventually something's going to give. And Steb able to get the goal.
I said the first minute would be a telling sign, and as we hit that minute mark, they get the goal. So Sub-Zero got every opportunity now to push on and bring themselves back into this one. There's a goal going for a second one. Oh, Steb! Wrong side of the post, mate. You just had to see it on target, and instead he's hit the post. And golden opportunity, and now it's gone! Oh, straight up the other end of the field. Serve, there he is again. Lovely touch in the corner. It's the path of Bryn. And what happened to the Sub-Zero defence? It was a parting of the wave there. And Serve, probably the easiest goal he's going to score all series. But back to all square, lads, as you were.
Well, this is what happens when you don't convert your chances, isn't it? They go up the other end and they score. It's frustrating, and now they've paid an even bigger price. Serve gets his brace, and well, it was a wonderful play from Bryn, wasn't it? Off of the backboard, Serve was never missing that one. And Sub-Zero, this is what happens when you're not clinical.
Indeed, indeed, and though you hate those ones when it hits the top corner there and bounces awkwardly across your net. As a defender, you really struggle to sort of try and read it and know what to do. But nevertheless, the point is Severance capitalise on that, and they're now ahead after conceding the first goal of the game here. But here they come now, trying to make up for it and bring themselves back into all pegging. But again, we see the ball get punched straight back into their own half. And they've got to work the magic now from the back. It's Charm, lovely touch from him into path of Step, but Bryn straight up onto that one. Good 50 from him. And now passes it onto his teammate. Serve takes it round one. Can he get it past Charm? Not this occasion. As Charm just working it out into the corner, gets taken over by Steb. And approaching the halfway point here. Oh no, you don't want to be doing that, lads. Charm just... Oh, it almost like... Oh no. Just the third man pushing a little bit too hard. Bit of miscommunication, perhaps. And 2-goal deficit is a tall order for them to bring themselves back into this one.
Well, look away if... Oh,
it's
just picked up on the line by Charm. It was a very good piece of play to get them out of any strife. But I'm afraid to say it's still got to be better from Sub-Zero, who now is staring down a series defeat, staring down the loss of a life here. Really, Charm trying to go back forward and just create something for them. They've got to play so intensely and they've got to be clinical. They haven't been clinical so far. They've had 3 shots and only the 1 goal. It's so frustrating. Compare that to 4 shots from 3 goals for the other team. It's just not been the day to remember for Sub-Zero here as the ball goes back down the other end of the field. Cal knocks it on, trying to find Bryn. Step goes forward. Serve now able to do his defensive duties on the line. And Severance now, it's just a matter of surviving, isn't it? No need to attack.
They can just sit back, and as you see there, Bryn just waiting at the near post there, just mopping up on the defence. And yeah, you don't need to do anything too crazy. Just make sure you get your rotations good, make sure you got third man behind, and you find yourself sailing through into the next round here. There's a minute 40 left on the clock. His Serve trying to get a shot on target there, but Charm good punt away from him, and it's all to do with Sub-Zero now. They've got to throw it on the line. You know, they're still in the playoffs, so even losing this series, they still got another chance. But certainly as a bit of a confidence boost, if they can just claw themselves back into this one, get a quick goal and maybe tie this game up, then that will do them the world of good. But at the moment, Severance playing a very good game and locking down. But here come the 3 of them, but the shot on target, it's like you said, Tom, the clinical finishing isn't there at the moment for Sub-Zero, and they're paying dearly for it.
They are paying dearly, and once more the ball back downfield from Serve. With a minute to go, you sense that we're starting to see which way this series is going to go. Charm looks for a consolation goal and perhaps a little bit of life. Can't find the life, and now they're really up against it with 45 seconds to go. You're asking them a goal every 20 seconds, which is a big ask at this stage in the competition. 35 seconds now on the clock, still yet to find a bit of inspiration as Sub-Zero and Severance just weathering the storm nicely, perhaps putting it to bed, but it goes wide and not really a shot in the end. Just trying to run down the clock in this corner now. Steb trying to go forward, needs a goal quickly and needs a goal now. They need a couple of goals quickly and they need a couple of goals now, but it's not worked for them. And with 10 seconds to go, more Sky, I think we know who's going to win this series.
I think we do indeed, and I hate to say it, but you know, the clean sweep doesn't really give Sub-Zero justice. They did show up, they have put in the shift, but it's just that final bit of clinical finish in front of Golden, which has determined the fact they have now moved down into the lower bracket, which is a bit of a shame. They put in an absolute effort, like I said, but nevertheless, Severance there. I mean, for anyone in sort of that's below master tier, you know, or even in Premier, if you want to see what a good team is that can ride out, you know, a game there, they put in an absolute performance there. They got the 2-goal advantage. They didn't do anything crazy. They made sure they had a third man, and it just goes to show you they're Sub-Zero when they're not sort of having that final touch to send it into the back of the net. You know, you're in a solid position then, and they rode out the win. And they get the clean sweep. So yeah, I mean, Tom, any thoughts on that game? Any words of wisdom there for Sub-Zero, because they do go down to lower bracket, but they'll be feeling that for sure.
Well, I don't know about wisdom, but I do know that Sub-Zero perhaps will look to their finishing there, because their shooting percentage wasn't great. I think we can agree. So they'll definitely be taking that and looking at that as probably why they ended up losing the game. If they can just score a couple more of those shots, they should be in good standing to progress through the lower bracket, which, by the way, we have a couple more results coming through from there. Heck have taken a 2-1 lead against Hades. That's going into a game 4 at least. As for the other game, Fearless Alpha 2-0 up in the best of 5 series, but 0-0 in that game with 3 minutes to go on the clock. So I think we're going to sign off here to a break, more Sky, and get ready for the next game on this mainstream, which is going to be, by my reckoning, match 12, the winner of match 8 versus the loser of match 9. So that's going to be Fenrir or Fearless Alpha.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Go and watch the B stream if you want, but make sure you come back here, and we'll see you in about half an hour or so.
I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess, and it's been pretty concerning how all my color turned gray. I hate when shit is out of my control, and lately shit been out of my control. So I've been running fast in my head, trying to erase these thoughts, yeah, trying to find peace inside, but that shit's been hard to find. I cannot see it here, I cannot see it here. So I need to get away. Don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start, and find the happy me again. Clear sky, yeah, there will be, and one day I'll come home a better me. I really ain't trying to concern you, but lately I've been a mess, and it's been pretty concerning that all these colors turn gray. They say you can't find happiness where you've lost it, and I've lost it here. I cannot see it here, I cannot see it here. So I need to get away. Don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start, and find the again. Clear sky, yeah, there will be. And one day I'll come home and better me. But for now, I'll be over the hills and far away. 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 But don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Don't miss me too much. I know I'm gonna miss you, darling. Forever in my heart, but I need a new start.
Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Wake up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Wake up to a text, said they proud of me. Said they proud of me. Should've never ever doubted me. Now I'm living drop top fantasies. Dressing for this life, yeah, it's meant to be. Got you feeling stuck in that rut life. love in the end. I don't wanna be your friend. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they're proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Say they're proud of me.
Till the prom night, high school, I might get it. I can't leave till I just finish. You're too drunk to drive me home, so let's stay up and let's not go. I said, shawty, break it down for me if I have to. I'll be stuck with an F cause my paper passed due. And I remember when we met inside that first classroom. We would cheat, we would ditch, we would kiss after school. High school, I might get it. I can't leave till I just finish. I'm too drunk to drive you home, so let's stay out and let's not go.
Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they're proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Woke up to a text, say they're proud of me. Say they're proud of me.
Sharks dripping that sauce, yeah. Okay, Joe, that's fine.
Black heart, our innocence has gone far. I felt content with our start. No, I can never feel this again. Don't want it to end. Black heart, say that you love me, but you're far. Trying to find my way out, but I know this ain't nothing but a lost art. Trying to stand, I can barely breathe. Blood on my hands, I got what you need. Lost in your path, I can hardly see. Never thought you'd go and turn on me. Love is something that you cannot pay for. Love is something that you wanna stay for. Trust is something that you cannot play with. If you wanna have some more, then baby you should say it. Issues are deeper than I could just see. Trying to find myself, I can't trust me. I feel so battered every time I bleed. Nothing else matters than me and a dream. Black heart, our innocence has gone far. I felt content with our start. No, I can never feel this again. Don't want it to end. Black heart, say that you love me, but you're far. Trying to find my way out, but I know this ain't nothing but a lost art.
I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
Bring that beat back.
take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Bring that beat back. They distort my reality. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away, so he won't live to see another day. He won't be in my way anymore. Not anymore. Detached right now from reality. All I see is darkness surrounding me, and feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away. Zoned out right now in a different world, in a cold world. So sorry if I cannot talk. I'm trying to make it out, but I can barely walk. I feel like a hawk. The darkness, and yeah, it talks to me through the evil thoughts in my mind. And feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to RSC10. We are here for some more Master Tier playoffs. This time we take a leap down to the lower bracket, where we'll be bringing you Heck versus Fenrir. This is the last life for both of these teams in the quarter-final. Of course, Fenrir lost to Fearless Alpha 3-0 in that previous series on the B stream, whereas Heck, they almost cruised past Hades 3-1, taking that to Game 4. I'm Tom Dillon. Alongside me once again is Maura Sky. And, well, we saw a pretty entertaining, rather unrepresentative of a scoreline of a series last time out. But here, two different teams, different permutations with, of course, it being the lower bracket. How do you see this one panning out?
Well, this, like you say, this is the lower bracket. Therefore, these two teams are basically fighting for their season to continue. Any loss in this one, and they're out. That's it. Game done, dusted. No more Rocket League for them this season until next one. So these two teams are going to be feeling it. I mean, the pressure's on for them as well. And for both teams as well, well, for Fenrir anyway, admittedly, you know, they came off the back of playing against probably the favourites to go on and win the actual playoffs. So, you know, not surprising that they lost 3-0, but they're going to be hurting for that one nonetheless. But it's going to be an interesting one because these two teams finished both second in league play, and, you know, they could be quite evenly matched. So whether we're going to see a standoff or whether we're going to see a Game 5, Tom, I don't know, but I mean, the stats there, certainly on paper, you probably think that, well, for me anyway, Heck probably seem the slightly stronger ones, but not by much.
Well, of course, crossed here, so you can't really, it's not a totally scientific measure, is it? But you would say, based on these statistics, that maybe Heck just ever so slightly edge out of the two teams. It's going to be a close game regardless, though we said last game was going to be a pretty close game, so maybe maybe we're going to see another sweep.
Well, I hope not, because I don't know about you, Tom, but if this is your last cast that you're doing for the season, we want to see this go to the Game 5. We want to see the OTs. We want to make our producers a little bit nervy when it comes to how long this game is going to last for. But certainly, I mean, if we look at as we look at the player stats there, just whisper in your ear. No, you don't. Thanks, Source. Love you, man. As we look at the player stats, I mean, certainly for me, you know, it's a difficult one. I think certainly the one that's standing out for me there, Vector, I think I've cast him in previous games. You know, he's always put in a good shift for them, and KO as well, putting in 78 goals this season. He's going to be one to watch out for, and as well, 89 saves. I mean, he seems like he's going to be a good all-round player. But then, you know, it's like I said before, Tom, you know, it's a question really of you have to turn up, really, and both these teams battling for survival in the league. You know, any players that stand out for you that could be potential game winners?
Well, looking through here, it's the goals column. You always take a look at KO with 78 goals, 46 assists, leading the way for the Oct Gaming squad. As for saves, also KO with the most saves. They're also with most games completed, so that's an important note to make. As for Luna, their probably standout player has got to be Hugo or perhaps Detroit. Both of those contributing a lot in front of goal. But it looks like they've had a few changes mid-season, so this isn't the roster I suspect that started the season for them. And I think that's well, it won't make a difference into this stage of the playoffs. But it's definitely an interesting note that they haven't had to go through the full 9 weeks.
Indeed not. So here we are then, Manfield night. Let's get this game number 1 here in the lower quarterfinals. Best of 5, of course. And this is it, do or die for both teams. As straight off the kickoff, pretty much okay. Says, let me just settle the nerves down a little bit. Lovely 50 there by his teammate. And he steps up, sends it on target. And my word, Tom, that was a quick one.
So quick, 5 seconds in, and already, heck, the blue team have taken the lead of this game. Now into the centre once more, trying to make it 2. Hugo just survives a little bit there. I think he was perhaps a little bit unsighted by that early goal, able to survive though. This time it's a slight opportunity for the side of Fenrir. Take the ball away. Heck. Attacking now though, Hugo trying to go down the right hand side, trying to equalise this game. The ball goes back in for Crispy and in then to OK, and it's still just landing awkwardly. Finally the shot comes in, Detroit with the save. What a weird moment of play.
It is indeed, but heck at the moment are absolutely camping in Fenrir's half, and they're struggling to try and mount some sort of attack, because it just seems every time they get the ball, get a chance to get out of defence, one of the Heck players are straight on that one, and it's good speed from them. So they've got to be careful here not to find themselves battling an uphill struggle from the get-go. But nonetheless, it's still only 1-0. And yeah, big shout out as well to people in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. We haven't seen much in the way of interaction yet, so I appreciate everyone that's said something so far. But here comes Pazor, saving the line by Ovecti. My word, and they nearly found themselves back in this one.
Oh, they did find themselves back in this one. More as Sky.
Oh,
Really sure what.
you're cutting out a little bit there, Tom. I don't know whether you're lagging your end, so I don't know whether it's just me. Okay, right.
I had a moment.
You had a moment. Just give your PC a little kind whisper and tell it to sort itself out, because we've got a bit of a game on our hands here. As OK stepping up again for goal number 2 for Heck. What a response from the comeback from Fenrir. Detroit there just losing out on the 50, and OK powering that one through, sending it on target, and just like that in the blink of an eye, Heck have found themselves back to having a goal advantage, and they're pressing again on the offense.
Still pressing here as OK down the left-hand side, trying to shadow one of the defenders to get a goal-scoring opportunity, make it 3 if at all possible, but it just goes into the defensive third. And Fenrir really up against it here. They thought that perhaps they had an inroad back into this game. OK trying to make it 3, can't quite do so. It pops back up into the top corner to be brought away by one of the Heck defenders. Still just relaxing here, Heck. They don't need to do anything spectacular. OK tries to do something spectacular. Again, just unable to do so. Ovi back into the centre. Crispy tries it. Again, not quite able to do anything here. Heck still in the lead of this game, and you sense that they are on top. The momentum is with them.
Yes, indeed, and whether that momentum's come through the fact that they've coming off the back of a 3-1 win against Hades, and they're feeling confident, whereas the complete opposite to be said for Fenrir after getting a clean sweep against Fearless Alpha. Whether that's having sort of a mental effect on them, it certainly seems to be playing out that way at the moment, but it's still only 1 goal in it, and never mind, they've brought it back. Hugo from the midfield getting in the challenge early as Ovi just popping it down, I say Hugo getting a challenge. There was no challenge whatsoever. It was just a lovely pass there by Ovi. But nevertheless, as we get into 2 minutes left on the clock, and we're back to all square.
Back to all square, and it's going to be a very close finish this game. Hugo trying to look for pads, can't quite do so, and the ball goes away. It's with Crispy trying to go forward, looks for Vector, has got Vector for support. Vector into OK, can't quite get the touch away, and Pads now has a little bit of an attack which is quelled by the Heck defence. You can see Pads there just lingering on that sort of penalty area, looking for the touch, gets the touch. It's going to be a double tap off of the defender for a goal, and well, you could see him lingering there. You knew exactly what he was trying to do, and it worked for him.
Yeah, you got to think OK and Crispy there. Just slight double commit then, bit of miscommunication, just leaving both of them stranded in the air. And fair play to Fenrir, stepping up and converting that challenge there. But it seems a bit unusual. I'm surprised that Fenrir managed to find themselves a goal ahead. They might even find themselves 2 goals ahead. OK off the backboard there. What a save! Almost out of nowhere. Keeping his team in this one, but the pressure is still being applied by Fenrir. They got an opportunity here. Crispy not able to get much on the end of that one, but it seems like Fenrir just suddenly give themselves a little kick in the backside, and now they're turning pressure onto Heck. After Heck, it seemed like in that first half of the game, were looking very good and looking like they could press their the advantage, but Fenrir got the one goal lead at the moment.
KO down the right hand side, looks for a touch in field, gets a touch in field. It's going to be Crispy with the shot that comes in. It's saved off of the backboard, surviving for the moment of Fenrir. They've had to come back in this game, and so far they've done it quite well. Paz trying to go over KO, can't quite do so. Back downfield, a chance for a touch. If Vector can't quite get to it, he can't in the end. And now Crispy finds KO, just pops back up into the centre. Going to be Crispy, trying to get the redirect, almost gets the redirect. It's a big save off of the line in this game. One, the second opportunity is saved once again. KO trying to keep it alive. Pads down the left-hand side, is going to almost score. KO back forward, 7 seconds to go for Heck to try and find the goal here that would see us go to overtime. But as we hit 0 seconds on the clock, while the ball is still alive, you suggest that it's not quite going to happen for them. Crispy going to try and keep this alive. Pads going to try and ground the ball, can't quite ground the ball. KO keeps it alive, still alive. KO back down this left hand side into Crispy. It's just going to agonisingly ground, and Fenrir get the victory.
I mean, I'm shocked by that, because Fenrir, I said it towards the end there, they seemed a bit on the back foot there during the first half of the game, and then something just seemed to snap, and they brought themselves back into this one. And they managed to get the advantage there. But, I mean, yeah, Heck, probably going to be kicking themselves. They had quite a few opportunities. And I apologise as well in chat. You know, it's a stressful moment trying to cast and, you know, keep track of the game. So I apologise for calling KO OK. I mean, let's be honest, it's their fault for putting an O at the start of their name. I mean, that just throws us casters off completely. So don't have a go at us for that. It's a high pressure situation here, not just for the teams, but for the cast as well. So apologies nonetheless. But yeah, Heck, I'm probably going to be feeling that one, because I don't know about you, Tom, but I feel they seem like they were in control at one point, but just couldn't ride it out.
Yes, and I have to say, is my throat having a moment there? But yes, I see what they've done here, actually. The Ox side, they've put an O at the start of their name and X at the end of their names. They've tried to be clever, and unfortunately it's not quite worked. As if we get into game 2, as unfortunately we're rather literal in the commentary booth.
We are indeed, and we get very excited as well when we got a good game on our hands, which we have here. So you know, we just read. You know, if anyone's seen Anchorman, it's like when he's reading the auto prompt. But you know, okay, I'm getting slightly distracted here. Sorry, going off on one. Here we go. Game 2. Crispy off the backboard. Can't quite get any on that one, but Victy can indeed, and almost as we saw in the first game, it seems like Ox Gaming straight out the blocks, getting the first goal of the game, and a lovely play. It's 1-0, but what can they... I'm going to see a repeat of game number 1. We will see.
Yes, as back forward comes Fenrir, this time trying to spark a bit of an attack. Off of the sidewall now, Vector trying to go forward. Detroit going to get this ball clear, only as far as Crispy. Back into KO. Just pops back up into the midfield. KO with the touch back forward. Trying to do this left-hand side. Into the midfield goes Pads, trying to go alone. Does go alone. And it's almost spectacular. It's an equally as spectacular save from KO. Crispy brings it away eventually. And now has a chance to attack in his own right into the centre. Has got a teammate there. KO just a little bit behind him. Can't quite get the shot away.
This is definitely picked up straight off the back of game one here. Both teams going guns blazing, and we've seen KO managing to get the second goal. Lovely play there on the right hand side, pass infield. Hugo trying to read KO, but he has better ideas on that one. Lovely flick over. Not the cleanest of goals. If I will criticise him for anything, that should have been a full-on flick, but nevertheless, pops it over Hugo. And heck me, they're 2-0 up.
Yes, I see what you did there. Because back forward they go. Heck trying to make it 3. Can't quite do so. Hugo's there and able to get it clear. Only as far as one of the attackers though. The ball eventually gets into the midfield section of the pitch. Back forward, Vector is there. Looks infield to a teammate. Can't find a teammate. And now the ball just still alive. Still inside the half of the Fenrir team. We've got it all to do if they want to put themselves on match point, of course. Vector up for the aerial, able to get the ball clear onto Crispy, who eventually clears it away properly. And you just sense that trying to waste a bit of time on the clock here.
A bit of time wasting early doors, but whether that's going to pay dividends or it's going to be their downfall, we will see. But Fenrir have got to be careful not to let this game run away with them. They've got to make sure they get the next goal just to settle the nerves down a little bit. There's Pads here trying to chase that one down, but KO straight on that one. Hugo though, right hand side, doesn't fall nicely for him, and instead Detroit now popping it into the corner. It's a good play at the moment by Fenrir, but they've got to make sure it counts, otherwise you sense that maybe Heck will get them on the counter-attack as they push further and further upfield. But Fenrir at the moment just working their way, keeping the ball in Heck's half. And as soon as I say that, Crispy has other ideas, trying to go for a shot off the backboard. A little bit too far for him. And as we're hitting the halfway point, still very much firm advantage to Heck.
Firm advantage indeed. KO trying to go forward, looking for a touch off of the backboard, can't find it. And the ball pops all the way back downfield. And Crispy having to recollect. Detroit gets the touch into Pads. Pads has the shot and it just bounces out of contention. Vector recollecting his thoughts nicely. Only as far as Hugo though, who's trying to spark this attack a little bit. KO in the end going to recollect and send the ball back downfield with a lovely booming drive. But back forward now a Fenrir. The midfield being so important in this game. Both defences just playing it back and forth between each other. Still yet to find a goal though. Or Fenrir maybe now. A bump on KO. Isn't quite able to take him out of the picture. And in the end, Heck are going to survive. Still 2-0. And it's starting to become a little bit more desperate of a situation from the Lunar side.
Indeed, there's an opportunity here. It's going to fall into path of Detroit. Can't quite get that one on target. And you've got to give fair creds, to Heck and their defence at the moment. I mean, there's not been a clear opportunity that I can remember. As soon as I say that, there almost is. But KO making sure he gets that one. Good rotation out and defence save from him on the line from there. But the ball's still firmly in that half. And Heck just got to ride this one out at the moment as they're hitting the minute left on the clock. And with every second that counts down, KO! He's found the third, making it comfortable. And now Heck, with a minute left, are looking like they're going to have game and series advantage here.
Perhaps going to 1-1 in the series, guaranteeing at least a game 4, of course, which isn't helping their prospects as they head into the latter stages of the evening. The ball goes into the centre. No one quite able to get a touch on it, but it's been a much better performance from Heck here, hasn't it? After getting a little bit unlucky in that game 1, they've managed to get back into this second game and dominate it. I think they would rather be looking to continue this domination though, and I think that's going to be where it gets a little bit difficult for them. Crispy going forward, surely it's an overcommit. He gets the solo play of a goal. And well, all the way downfield. Look at how far he dribbled this ball. Superb goal.
It was indeed, and this, yeah, apologies. As I said, it was going to be series advantage, but no, we're just going to be tying up the series. I completely got my team colours mixed up on that one. So yeah, they're looking very comfortable at the moment, and Fenrir just on the back foot. But if they can get a goal, give themselves a little bit of a confidence boost, then maybe it's going to do them a world of good going into game number 3. But nevertheless, the point is, Heck looking very solid at the moment, and I'm pretty sure, it's just got to come down to their defensive play. Good rotations, good third man plays, and so far shutting out Fenrir as we're reaching the 0 seconds left on the clock. One final touch for Fenrir to get the consolation, but they don't quite get it, and there we have it, series tied.
Super from Heck, wasn't it? I don't think they could ask for any more than that, and now they've really got a bit of momentum throughout the rest of this series. We'll of course be looking for a quick succession to this, and another victory. What a superb performance from KO. 588 points, 2 goals, 3 saves, and 4 shots. How do you think Fenrir though sort of get themselves back into this?
Well, I mean, it's a mental game now. Essentially, it's all square. We're back to as you were, and now it's a case of it's a best of 3. So if they can just forget about what just happened in that game 2, dust themselves down, and sort of approach it like they did in game number 1, then they've got every opportunity of coming away and getting themselves back into this series. But you said it as well, Tom. Heck very much got the momentum now. A lovely performance by them, both solid on the offense, solid on the defense, and if they can do that again, then Fenrir have got a mammoth task ahead of them. But still, the point is, it's all square, all to play for still. So let's see who can take the advantage here in game number 3.
Something we'll be keen to find out, of course. We head to Urban Central Dawn, the setting of all the game 3s in this playoff season. It's a fiery start immediately from Fenrir, trying to revenge that hammering in the previous game. Can't quite find a way through at the moment though. Hugo's going to keep us alive onto Detroit, and the ball just goes back downfield for Pads and Hugo to collectively send forward once more. Crispy with a chance, and it just bounces away from him. A shot from Vector, and it's a perfect shot from Vector. Assist from Crispy. Have a look at this. Detroit gets the touch away. It wasn't an assist from Crispy. I apologise. It came up on the screen. But, well, what a goal.
Was indeed just Fenrir there, just not able to get the lines, but fair play, lovely shot, sends it into top bins, too much on it to be able to get that one out. And so Heck very much seems like keeping up the momentum from the previous game as they're going again on the offense, on the side of the crossbar and in. And Vetki, I was about to say Ovi there, Vetki again, lovely little shot from him. Detroit just not able to get that because of the lovely placement into the top corner. And just like that, we're straight back to a 2-goal advantage now for Heck. And Fenrir, still plenty left to play for though. As the opportunity is approaching, not this time though. But they still got every chance to bring themselves back into this one. 2-2.
2-2 indeed. Crispy trying to go forward, can't quite do so. 2-2. Why did I follow you into saying 2-2?
I don't know. That's questionable. 2-0 is what I meant to say.
Yes. Anyway, back into it. Pads down the right hand side. That was like a collective psychosis. Anyway, Crispy going forward. KO. Hugo back downfield. Vector trying to recollect and start a bit of an attack. Gets beaten. Actually, on the 50-50, Crispy does well to recollect. Back forward. Heck still leading 2-0 here. Leading very well as well. It's a different Heck to what we've seen in the first game, and this time it's just a little bit wayward. Okay, KO going forward, I should say, going all alone. It's just Detroit with the 50-50 in the air, able to match it back into the midfield section. Vector with the touch back downfield. Crispy still going here. has a teammate for company, but Detroit with a good bump.
Indeed, Fenrir just got to ride this little pressure out at the moment. And as we're approaching the halfway point, just a little corner up in the corner here. Lovely demo there by KO. Pops it off the backboard and it's bar for Crispy. Save on the line there by Pads. Let's make sure we got something under that one. And now it's a chance for Hugo to bring this one out. But he's been met by a Heck player. I couldn't see which one it was. And it's gone straight back into their own half. And Fenrir just looking a little bit out of sorts at the moment. Again, no real clear opportunities for them. And Heck seem like they got their defense sorted down to a T in this series now. As KO driving the one now forward for Heck on the offensive pressure here. But nevertheless, though, as we're reaching 2 minutes left on the clock, Fenrir, you just feel if they get a quick goal, maybe, then they've got every opportunity, but they're going to have to find something quick. Otherwise, Heck are finally, like I said in game 2, they will have a series advantage.
Back into the centre from Vector, looking for the third. Can't quite find the third. Pads is there to deny Heck the triple. Back into the centre though. Vector once again off of the backboard. Looking very good at the moment to Heck. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Here's the shot that comes in from Pads. And it just gets cleared.
Apologies as well for the camera on the stream. Not quite sure what's gone on. Nevertheless, this is technology we're talking about, and we know technology can fail you when it gets to the most intense moments. As we approaching this moment here is Vetki trying to be on the right hand side. Crispy takes over, pops it off the side, not able to work his way infield, but Heck applying some pressure, looking for that third. They're asking the question, but at the moment the Fenrir defence is holding firm. And they've got to work their way up the field now, trying to get him on the counter-attack. But Vetki, lovely bump on Detroit, takes him away. But Pads mopping up off the backboard. Hugo! Vetki does well as the third man there, clears his line. And with a minute left on the clock, still very much advantage to Heck.
KO looking to defend this one. Vector gets the clear in the end. Pads off of the side wall. Vector gets the touch into KO, who's going forward now, off of the ceiling, looking for the play, can't quite find it in the air. Now Crispy with a chance. Oh, it's a wonderful goal. He sneaks it through the defenders, and now certainly it's going to be advantage Heck.
Lovely shot there. Detroit just pushing a little bit too far on the post there and squeezing it past him. And this is pretty much, you know, another solid performance from Heck. Repeating what we saw in game number 2, and Fenrir just struggling to find a way to break them down. And again, 30 seconds left on the clock. If they can just find one goal, then maybe you might feel like they've got some sort of confidence boost going into the next game. But at the moment, it's very much firmly in Heck's favour. And if they take this through into the next game and again get another quick early goal, then you feel like that's going to be it for Fenrir. They've got to find some sort of answer, but that one there by Hugo not quite hitting the back of the net. And as we hit the 0 seconds left on the clock, ball kept alive by Hugo. KO trying to work his magic, trying to find a fourth, not able to get on the end of that one. And there we have it. I can finally say it, and it's finally going to be a case that it is series advantage to Heck.
It is series advantage to Heck. Very interesting game as well. 3-0. It finishes as we look through the rest of the tier. Only one more game going on. That's between Abyss and Sub-Zero. Abyss 2-0 up in that game. Looking like they're going to take the sweep heading into game 3. We'll wait to see what happens there. Heading into our game 4, however, Heck on match point.
They are indeed. I mean, that's annoying. I had Sub-Zero as one of my potential favourites, and it seems like they're going to be going out, so I'm not happy about that. But nevertheless, this is the game we're talking about. And yeah, Fenrir, I mean, I said it, they just got to find some way to break down Heck's defence, whether it's being a bit more aggressive or sort of getting a few more bumps, just knocking them out of the rotations. Because at the moment, Heck are playing a very solid game. And it, you know, but we've seen it in previous series with this, you know, Fenrir, if they get the early goal, bring themselves back into this one, and they've got every opportunity. They've got the players to do it, but very much in the favour of Heck as they're on that series point. And I don't know, Tom, do you reckon Heck are going to push on for this one, or can you see them just buckling under the pressure
Thought it starts as pads got disconnected, so we're going to have a moment here to get away, and I think we're going to have to remake the lobby. So, well, we're not going to find out just yet, and we're going to have to go back into this one. But frustration all round.
Talking about keeping us on the edge of our seats here. Not quite sure what happened there, Tom. But I think that was probably my fault for saying about the fact that you have technology, you have issues. I probably caused that at some point. I don't know, maybe. Nevertheless, we can see that the lobby is indeed back up, so we can get back into there, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't have another misstart. But as I was saying, Tom, do you reckon Heck got the nerve to see this one through, or can you see them backing a little bit?
I don't see how you can play that well and not take it into Game 4. Although Game 4 almost has more pressure on it than a Game 5 because of the pressure of the Game 5 looming, if you know what I mean. So maybe they will falter ever so slightly. And we'll have to wait and see, of course, as the players joining back in to the lobby. I can see Vector and Crispy are in, and we're just waiting for everyone else to get in and get going. And then we'll have a Game 4 for you. KO's PC has frozen, so, well, it's going wrong, isn't it?
Oh, I tell you what, this seems like this is mental games at its finest here. He's just making sure that Fenrir don't basically get the early advantage that they want. I know you can't see this on the stream, but yeah, hashtag technical difficulties indeed. So whilst we're waiting for him to restart his PC, then Tom, I mean, just thinking about it, if Heck go on and win this one, I'm not saying that they will, but if they do, or even Fenrir, I mean, can you see a lower bracket run for either of these two teams going through into the final, perhaps?
When you're in that lower bracket, it makes everything so much more difficult, doesn't it? They're going to have to play, presumably, Abyss in the next round. Then they're going to have to play one of Fearless Alpha or Severance. So, I'm not too sure. If it was purely based on form, you'd say that perhaps a Fearless Alpha Severance final, maybe, given what we've seen so far. However, I think that grand final is going to be so difficult to get to for either of these teams specifically, though you can never say never as we're ready to get going.
All right, fingers crossed, everyone. Let's hope that we don't have any more technical difficulties, no misstarts on this one as the teams, I can see they're joining the lobby. The countdown has started. Whether we're going to cut over to the match or not is another question. There we go. We're good, Tom. We got this one back on track. Game 4. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. It's all gone absolutely smoothly so far. And here we are. Unfortunately, within the first 10 seconds, we haven't got an opening goal, surprisingly.
Oh, say that! With a shot. Unable to find it on this occasion. KO, I should say, back forward. Looked for a teammate off of the sidewall. Finds a teammate, Crispy. Just unable to do much with that one. As I have to say, I don't know who number 1 is. I'm not sure if that's reflected on the stream PC as well, but I believe it might be Vector actually listed as number 1. Wow. As I was having a few issues on my end, and all of a sudden we've got a goal, a wonderful goal from Hugo. It appears that it is actually on my end, so I should just stop waffling and watch the game.
What? I was about to say, Tom, you got me really confused there. I was like, number 1, what are you going on about? And then before we know it, Hugo's got the goal for Fenrir. And it's just the start that they wanted within the first minute. Fenrir finding themselves in uncharted territory, getting the first goal of the game. And now the question is whether they can hold on to it, keep up the early advantage. But still, with 4 minutes left on the clock, there's a lot to play for, and anything can happen, especially when you've got a team like Heck, who have looked very comfortable at the back and taking full advantage of some of the opportunities that come their way. But nevertheless, point is, Fenrir giving themselves a good start here as Detroit, trying to take this one away out of his own halves, but Crispy straight onto that one. And putting on the pressure now is Heck, trying to work their way in and try and get the early response, but at the moment, Fenrir still 1-0 up.
A chance now is going to go in from Vector.
Shouldn't have said it.
And that is the response that they were after. Almost immediately, The play took no time at all. 53 seconds for Vector to find a way through. And we go to 1-1, and Heck is still in this. And now you say that the momentum for the series is well and truly with them.
I can only apologise to anyone here that's supporting Fenrir. The cast is cursed. I shouldn't have said anything. I've done it so many times so far in this stream. But yeah, back to all square. But Detroit now trying to work his way. But great there by Vetke on the line. But Pads bringing this one out. Lovely demo there. Pads sends it into the back. And the immediate response is what the Fenrir needed. Lovely play there. Pads, lovely catch on the right hand side. And beautiful demo by Detroit on the line. And so I say it so many times, Tom. Demos. Be aggressive. Get the demos and you open up the opportunities.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there. And another chance for Vector. Surely no one is home. And he immediately punishes the defence that is all at sea. It was a double commit of all double commits. And Vector, he's not going to miss out on those. He's in Master Tier for a reason. And they immediately peg their opponents back.
Lads, what are you doing? Just lock it down. You're gonna... Oh, no! My words! Oh, no, Becky on this one. No, he's trying to get into the top bids, but Detroit on the line. And from a very strong position, it seems like Fenrir are just all over the place at the moment. But Hecker trying to pile on the pressure and get another quick response. But Pads straight up onto the end of that one, onto the shot from Vetke. And now it's the turn of Hugo now. Can he get the counter-offensive? Lovely pass in field, but Pads thinking better of it. Slight hesitation. And he's not able to get anything on the end of that one. But Fenrir just seems like they just went to pieces in the matter of 10 seconds. But the shot didn't quite squeeze in there. Pads on the end of this one, and they brought it back as we hit the halfway point. And my word, Tom, this game has just gone into another level, it seems.
Well, a game that is just fluctuating back and forth. Only at half distance, could go either way. Yet, Heck trying to get this series wrapped up and avoid a game 5 that could see this swing any which way. The equation is simple for Fenrir, though. They've just got to win both of these two games. Going about it quite nicely at the moment, but KO looking to go forward. KO is going to go forward and just avoid getting the goal. On the follow-up, is there going to be a touch? Can't quite do so. And wow, I don't know what's going on here. Looks for the double touch, and teammate is there. It just squeezes wide. And wow.
Wow, indeed. Fenrir riding a luck at the moment. But they've got to make sure that they keep their luck up. Otherwise, they've got 2 minutes of just pure peppering of their net. But here they come now, trying to make their advantage count a little bit more, make it a little bit more comfortable. But nothing comes of it. Instead, now Crispy picking it up on the left-hand side. Pass, good speed from him. But KO shot on target. Slight double commit there. But Detroit's able to get something on the end of that one. And at the moment, it's back and forth, end-to-end stuff. KO takes one to the skies, off the ceiling. Hugo, good speed from him, meets him in the air. But the ball's still very much in their own half, so they've got to be careful. The post! Vetke couldn't quite get that one in. And at the moment, it seems Fenrir have got to be careful. Hecker asking the question. But so far, no answer has been made.
What could that do to the rest of this series, to the rest of the bracket, and the rest of these playoffs as a whole? Just a miss like that could see the momentum shift back, but now KO trying to dig this out of the corner, does do so. Vector keeping it alive into Crispy, just gets missed, and now looking to go central once more. KO trying to get the touch away, does get the touch away, keeping it alive here, looks to go over the top of Detroit, does. But Detroit gets a crucial touch away with 40 seconds to go still. Looking like this could go either way indeed. Trying to find an overtime situation ahead. Goes over the top of one. Does. Crispy. Vector back forward. Just still unable to find a way through. This time KO. Back downfield. Looks to get it over Pads. Can't quite get it over Pads. Crispy is in the corner prowling. But in fact won't quite be able to do it. Pads down the left-hand side. Back forward. Crispy into the centre again. Can't quite do it. With 10 seconds to go. A big demo. Perhaps going to give them an opportunity over the top. It's 3 seconds on the clock. We might be going to a game 5. We'll wait to see. Can they beat the Borza and take us to overtime? KO keeping it alive. It's still alive somehow. Pads looks to ground it. And you sense that there might just be a little bit of momentum lost in the ball now. Still not grounded. Still going here. Still onto the floor. Fenrir get the victory. We've got a game 5.
Well, I don't know about you, Tom, but I think we both need a slight breather after that one. That game just seemed to pick up as we sort of hit the halfway point. It just went absolutely nuts. And that came out the other end of it. Fenrir, I'm struggling to get my words out at the moment. That was absolutely insane. But Fenrir managed to hold on to that one. I mean, Vetki getting 7 shots there, not able to convert all of them, but it still gets the 2 goals. But nonetheless, I mean, fair play. You know, Fenrir, they didn't seem as solid as they probably would have liked to have been in defence, but they managed to hold their nerve, keep Heck at bay, and take this to game 5. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I feel like Fenrir, they can probably do this now.
Yeah, they probably can. And it's not the easiest of things to do, actually. Take those final 2 games. But the game 5, anything can happen. This could genuinely go either way. I just wonder where the game is going. It's going to be very interesting.
It is indeed. And apologies for calling pads he. that's our bad. We'll try and avoid that. We're just getting too excited by this. You know, I mean, the fact that we were mispronouncing Hex players' names at the start. I mean, you know, we're just all over the place at the moment. But it's only because this game has gone absolutely intense, insane. As we go off kick-off here, game 5 on Champions Field. And the question is, which team is going to hold their nerve for the longest, and which team is going home crying with their heads between their legs? That sounds really weird. I don't know where I'm going with this one, Tom. Please take over before I make it even worse for myself.
Digging your own hole as Detroit goes forward. Can't quite get the shot away. Hugo into the centre. KO going to bring it forward. Pads goes up for the shot. Can't quite find the shot. And now down the left-hand side. Crispy looking for this one. Detroit sends it central. Gets demoed. Actually, now KO goes forward. Pads is there to equal it. Hugo down the left-hand side. Goes into the midfield. And now Detroit with the shot. A double touch. Can't quite find it. And wow, it's so close. The ball's still lingering. Hugo looks for it now. Vector, a KO I should say, off of the line. The ball's still refusing to die. Hugo down the left-hand side looking to keep it alive. Vector able to get the touch away. Pads back forward. If this bounces awkwardly, there could be a bit of strife here. Could Heck. Hugo goes up for it. Surely it's just wide.
It seems like Fenrir, that game win in the previous one has given them a massive confidence boost. They are absolutely turning the screws for Heck at the moment and putting them on the back foot. And Heck looking very out of sorts on the defence. A few miscommunications are sort of creeping in, and that's exactly what it can do when you're pegged back from a potential series win and you go into game 5. The nerves start to set in, and they will be feeling it at the moment. It's Paz now on the left-hand side trying to get the demo on the way out, and Vetki just avoids that one and keeps the ball alive for Heck now, trying to push here on the left-hand side. Touch forward into the shot on target. And KO not able to convert that one, but the ball's very much bouncing around the Fenrir half now. But here they come on the offensive counter-attack. And 2 minutes gone on the clock. Those 2 minutes have absolutely flown by. This game 5 is really picking up pace. And the question is, who is going to get the shot, the first goal? And there it is, it's Vetki from the right-hand side. The Fenrir defence just seemed to part ways as oh my word, Detroit and his teammate there, just absolutely miscommunication, left the net wide open, and it's Heck got the first goal of the game.
Parted the seas there, didn't he, Vector? There's now back forward. There you go. Hugo down the left-hand side, looking to get this back alive for... Wow, it just bounced out, didn't it, there for Fenrir. And back downfield, KO going to have to get to this one. Vector in the end goes up for the aerial in the midfield. Hugo keeping it alive into the Detroit gets the shot, and it's a goal, and it's 1-1.
What an absolute stinger that was. Lovely pass by Hugo. Detroit reading it beautifully there on the right hand side, sends it on target into the back of the net. And if there was any netting to be had, it would be surely broken now, as that was an absolute banger of a shot. But that's just the response that Fenrir needed. So we've gone past the halfway point now. And yeah, it's very much anyone's game at the moment. Neither side really showing any sort of dominance, any command. Fenrir certainly having a few more opportunities, perhaps, maybe on the offence, but nevertheless, it's 1-1 now as Vetki going up to that one. Sorry, KO's going up to that one. Here's Vetki now on the right-hand side, trying to work his way into the field, into Crispy. Takes over now in the corner here, but Pads. Good read by her. Picks that one up, sends it upfield. And a bit of back and forth at the moment. Bit of nerves maybe creeping in. Who knows? We've got just under 2 minutes left on the clock. 1-1.
Pads down the left-hand side. Looks for a touch into a teammate. Can't quite find it. Crispy is there. Hugo now. This one just stays dead. And it's going to be KO who brings it away. Perhaps an open goal for a second. Pads recollects and tries to send it back forward. A demo on Hugo is going to spark little light. Oh, no! And it's a goal from Vector. 1 minute and 28 seconds to go. It was a double demolition. Vector able to get the touch away. And wow, that is an incredible moment in this game, moment in this series and this season as a whole. 1 minute and 28 seconds to go, and it's Heck who just have the lead.
Have indeed, and it came again off a beautiful demo. It's the second demo goal we've seen this series, and you know, just goes to show what it can do. And here they come again. KO trying to get the read on that one, but Hugo's equal to it. Vetki trying to find passing field, and Detroit just giving the ball away. He's down his teammate there, Hugo on the left, but sends it straight back into the path of KO now, drooping this one up. And Crispy on the end of this one can't keep it down, and Hugo's going to read that easily off the backboard. And Heck are trying to press the advantage at the moment, trying to make this make it a bit more comfortable to them by giving themselves a 2-goal advantage. But nevertheless, Fenrir going to be having to find something. This is it, pretty much do or die for them now as Pads punts the ball upfield. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, they've got to find something quickly.
Got to find something quickly indeed. 30 seconds, do or die for Fenrir and their chances at this Master Division. And it's going to be 2 as Fenrir get the goal. It's going to come the way of Pads. It was a rather awkward one off of the back wall. Pads gets the touch in, and it's 2-2. Perhaps we're going to overtime.
This would be absolutely amazing if we go into another overtime. This is what we wanted to see. Game 5 is all on the line now. 20 seconds left on the clock, but here come Vetki. For Heck on the right-hand side. Pass trying to clear her lines, not able to do it. Okay, off the backboard, into the path of Crispy. 12 seconds left, if that the goal. That takes Heck through into the next round and dumps Fenrir out of the playoffs. We will see. I'm not going to get too excited just yet because there is still every opportunity for Fenrir to bring themselves back into this one. Are we going to see a kick-off goal here? That would send me absolutely wild. Take some good... I'm losing my words, Tom. 6 seconds left. Heck, Hugo off the sidewall.
Way here of Heck. It looks like Hugo tried to keep it alive. It's going to ground. Heck are going to win. And this can be a cruel game sometimes, can't it? You've worked so hard to get back into it, and then immediately up the other end they go and score. Heck get the victory. It was two sides playing at their absolute best. And wow, it was just so close, wasn't it? Heck in the end are victorious. And you have to say, probably just the middle of that series is where they won that.
It was indeed. I mean, Heck, they did look very nervy in that third game there. But, you know, when it comes to game 5, you know, it's kind of what you kind of expect it. And, you know, when it's such a close game, it's very difficult. You know, it was a game of very slim chances in that one. And you got to feel for Fenrir. They did bring themselves back into this one. They dusted themselves off after that game, game 3, where Heck looked very confident and very comfortable. They brought themselves back into this one, and fair play, they kept it close. But nevertheless, they are done for the season. They are out of here. And Heck go marching on, and looking at the bracket, Abyss walked their lower quarterfinals 3-0 over on the B stream. So they march on through to go and face the team that we've just seen, Heck, in the lower semi-finals. And I mean, Tom, do you think Heck after that game are going to be able to keep up that momentum, or are they going to be feeling a little bit fatigued? What do you reckon?
It's going to be tough for them, that's for sure. I'd probably have Abyss to get that one, probably in another Game 5. But if you want to watch that, go on to the B stream in 12 minutes time. If you want to watch our game on the mainstream, you can go over to, or stay on the mainstream, Fearless Alpha versus Severance. Anyway, we will see you in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you in about 10 minutes time.
in the matrix. Have to keep waiting, I gotta be patient. What's up with all these people hating? Yeah, anytime I gotta switch lanes, always gotta be real, ain't no time to change. In my head, but I got better things. Feeling love all through my veins, yeah. It is really nice to meet ya, yeah. I'm a teacher, got different things to teach, yeah. But it don't really matter. games, but look how I have changed for you. I hope you know that you are on my mind. Promise I won't waste no time. Got down, but now I climb. Said I would make it, feeling so lost. I feel caught up in a matrix. Have to keep waiting, I gotta be patient. What's up with all these people hating? Yeah, I go running a maze, forgetting all those days, left them in the haze. It's better there, wasting my moment. Love like us, so can she play with it? She broke it, yeah. I don't care, I thought it would be better. Hate it, I put in this effort. Hate it, I put in this effort. Yeah, want it to be bad. I hope you know that you are on my mind. Promise I won't waste no time. Got down, but now I climb. Said I would make it, feeling so lost. I feel caught up in a matrix. Have to keep waiting, I gotta be patient. What's up with all these people hating? Yeah. I hope you know. I hope you know.
Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms. Yeah, I've called and you won't pick up, so tell them that I'm gone and I won't wake up. I asked if you wanted love, I just wanted it to last. Now I'm sitting in a pile of my own glass. The emotions got me insane, feels like I'm losing my mind. We hoped we'd work through the pain, but now we've run out of time. You keep trying to undo me, that won't be my fate. What is life when the money and the fame gone? Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms.
Yeah, for now I sat in a pile of glass, reminiscing about our past and how I was happy then. 'Cause now my thoughts, they run away, and I need a safe place that used to be inside your heart. But nowadays it feels like
You keep trying to run through me, that won't be my fate. What is life when the money and the fame gone? Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms.
Welcome back to RSC EU. The grand final awaits either Fearless Alpha or Severance in this upper tier final. It's a best of 5 series that decides whether your evening is going to fast track all the way to the grand final or be agonisingly even longer. I'm Tom Dinner. Alongside me this evening is Danny. And Danny, you have to say these two sides have had a spectacular run through the playoffs so far in the few games that they have played in this master bracket. Both teams actually being automatically put through and then sweeping their semi-finals. You have to say this is going to be an incredible final.
Well, I certainly agree with that statement. We might as well say the brackets for confirmation and where we actually are in terms of the entirety of the night's procedure, Tom, because we were somewhat discussing it, and unfortunately I think this will be a decent final. I think this will be a very good one for different reasons, but the winner will happily comfortably wait for about an hour or two before they have a second chance, of course, whoever loses, and potentially a bracket reset. But again, that's a different conversation before we get to it. But the loser final match is what we did see on stream. I want to be even more blunt on this one. I don't see the winner of any of the two teams there in the form of Best or Heck doing any much more damage. So I think this one will be at least the first of a potential 3-set series of these two teams.
Potentially, I called it in the last game that this is probably going to be how we see the grand final pan out. And I suggest that really it's going to be a close series. Let's have a look at the team statistics. Both of the teams finishing first in their respective conferences. 48 wins for Fearless Alpha, 49 wins for Severance. Absolutely incredible seasons from the both of them, and they're so evenly matched. This is definitely a battle of the Titans, and really what playoffs should be all about.
Certainly so. If it was last week as well too, it was the second season, the more significant damage, but finally the actual league play showing what we should be occurring. But we might as well have a brief look at the statistics from it too. And there was an interesting sort of tidbit. I was looking back onto it, and it was actually D-Lynch, who happens to be, funny enough, playing into this lobby, and stated that a top 3 has consisted of an Irish player at least into the sort of the top tier since season 7. So significantly, that already sort of leads me to one side already, but again, that's just me being naturally biased.
Yes, well, looking over this, Fearless Alpha pretty even across their 4-man roster. Paul being the clear substitute with 20 games played. As for goals, it's Genzo leading the way pretty nicely with 87 goals. And, well, I don't think you can contain a man who's able to score 87. Serve as well was very good in the previous series. That Severance played 86 goals he scored this season. Containing those two is going to be the order of the day for these two teams. We're going to get the players to join up and get into this lobby.
Well, that being the case, it is an interesting point between this, and it's very few that I look at all 6 players, reasonable knowledge of all of them through here. Mind you, the last time we did have an Irish player on the main channel, or even the B stream, they sadly choked here. But if you are looking for a player to maybe keep an eye, it should be Serve as well too. Fabulously, mechanically, has the brains to match it too, which is something we don't say much about players in this scene itself.
Sibo into the corner, looks to go central, tries to bide his time, can't quite get that touch away and find a teammate. Genzo going to keep it alive into the centre, can't find a teammate once more, and Surf brings it away. He was so influential in that first series. This time his first escapade into attacking territory isn't quite as successful as he would be hoping. Lynch trying to bring it back forward. Surf's going to get the better of him though on the 50-50. Cal into the centre again. There's no one just on the rotation there. Bryn back downfield. It's going to go off of the backboard. Surf's going to chase it down. Doesn't quite fall for him. Bryn gets a touch onto the sidewall once more. Sibo has to recollect and send it back away. Already a minute gone and still neither side able to find a way through. Though this might go in. It's just cleared off of the backboard.
Nicely poised to the backboard this time around. Seconds or sets of phases on green down. Fabulous pass. Shame it wasn't on target here, but you fancy Delight to take it nice and slow. Pops it round here. Backboard once again or into the net. And the net sounds simpler sometimes. It is when you score it like that. 1-0.
Genzo with a wonderful goal into the top left-hand corner. It was absolutely superb, really, to get the series underway. Fearless Alpha have the lead as we get kicked off. Once again, it's going to be won by Fearless Alpha. However, consolidated by Severance. A demo in the midfield on Bryn allows Lynch a little bit of space to go forward. Genzo is just looping round for this one. Gets the touch into the centre for a teammate. Lynch can't get it away. Sivo can but serve with a wonderful save off of the line. Cal now coming forward. Genzo's going to match it. Still going here is Genzo, but the touch away sends it to Lynch. And suddenly, Severance with a chance to attack. Sivo's going to be there to equal it. There's a demo that opens up a lot of space on the goal line. The touch is through. Sivo gets a goal, and it's 2-0 to Fearless Alpha.
Well, from D-Lynch's original miss up the ball there, and that demo really does open up the pitch here. I can understand on both sides wanting to play attacking. Not necessarily the wrong thing to do in the opening game. It's effectively a freebie to sense what the opposition is doing. And you mentioned it, Tom, these are the top two sides, the top two seeds from their respective conference. They've swept to get to this point as well, so they shouldn't be naturally shy. They've came out blasting. And unfortunately, one side, however, is yet to find the shots on target.
That will be frustrating as they go through this game. Severance, this ball pops back up, perhaps for Lynch. Can't quite get the touch away. Bryn sends it back downfield. Sibo has a 50 with serve, manages to get the bump on serve, and able to send it to Genzo to recollect. The shot comes in. Caldi saves it quite nicely. Serve now going forward, has got Genzo to beat, can't quite get the beating of Genzo, who now down the right hand side trying to go forward, has Bryn for company. Bryn is going to get the clear away. A bump between the two of them. And now a chance for Severance to attack, really, with 2 minutes to go. It looks like Fearless Alpha are in control of this game. Bryn trying to change that, can't quite get it changed. Seaboat dealing with it nicely.
Nicely poised at the back wall. They're taking full control. We have seen a few of these upper finals before where they've just decided to skelter it down across the pitch, but not this time around. Here to the backboard. But too heavy the first touch here, but it forces the defender out and serve. He's just centralised that one. You just fancy this ball to be whipped on in, doesn't the case? And mind you, it still slips on in, arguably the weakest of those three goals, but they won't care a jot.
No, they won't care, and 3-0 is a superb way to start this game, to start this series. And, well, it has come rather difficultly for them, if that's a word, but it wasn't the most easy of goals, rather awkward, but they all count, and that's the most important thing. Genzo with a brace now, serve going forward, trying to inspire his team a little bit, who look like they're going to get defeated in the first of the 5 games. Of course, the lower bracket awaiting the loser of this series. Bryn with the shot, Sibo able to match it quite nicely. Caldi now with the chance. Lynch is there waiting for it and sent it back downfield. Now Fearless Alpha just trying to close this game out. They don't want to do anything stupid. A fourth here would surely help, but serve able to get it clear without any major drama.
I think at this sort of level of competition, we might as well chalk up that it is game 1 going quite in favour here to Fearless Alpha, as frankly they reciprocate by putting the 4th one in for that point. And Tom, for the top side, no surprise here, their opposite and counterparts here. I'm slightly stunned by this because they came out reasonable, they came out attacking, and yet nothing. They've got nothing in the outcome of a goal, and this shouldn't happen, not at this level.
No, but of course, sometimes the floodgates can just open and you lose your rhythm a little bit in a game 1. Game 2 can often be much better, and I think that's just what they've got to focus on now as the ball goes into the centre. Caldi going to get it off of the backboard. Serve going forward. Lynch with the touch, going to try and find a teammate. Make it 5. They can't make it 5. Fearless Alpha unable to find a way through. Severance do survive.
He does send services warming up a little bit there. You can just also know, if you've been in the VC with him, that was an agitated serve. He doesn't like getting beat, I'll tell you that for nothing, because when not playing with him, he has that sort of ability just to give you that one little comment in the VC just to get yourself and your standard back up. He needs to do that with his two teammates here. They're obviously experienced enough. We've seen them plenty of times in past seasons. But for them, that is, and let's hope, their weakest opening performance. They were looking quite convincing in the last series. But Alpha, you said they run away, the floodgates open. Yes, I agree with you. But you've got to still show a little bit more tenacity into the game. That is what's missing here.
Can serve and lead his men from the front. 86 goals so far in this season. I don't believe that's counting playoffs either. That's just in the regular season. And, well, he would give a lot for just a couple more this evening to see his team over the line. We're just waiting for the lobby to get going for this second game at Forbidden Temple. Can Fearless Alpha, if we approach it from their perspective for a moment, can they put one hand on a sweep here and one foot in the grand final? We'll have to wait and see as we get underway for game 2.
Oh, wouldn't that just be a bold statement? A sweep in the upper final? Well, near enough seen that in the Elite Series. Vector and Greybeard following up was casting that, and the writing literally was fluorescent at that point where it was just showing it, and yet we had that last gasp of 3 goals ending up 5-4. So we have surprises already shown this season here, and that is a big surprise for our opening goal in game 2.
And you suspect that as well, this is going to set the mood for who wins the grand final, because of course, assuming that these two teams get through to that grand final, which we are certainly expecting, question whether Severance would be able to go and do 2 series on Fearless Alpha. It would certainly be a big challenge. Serve going to try and come forward though, into the corner, looks for a teammate, can't find a teammate. Bryn keeps it alive, however, Galdi unable to get the touch away. Bryn with the pinch. Can't find anyone but Sibo. Sibo goes forward onto Genzo, trying to go forward here. Fearless Alpha, all of a sudden, they're short in numbers in defence as well. On the side of Severance, shot comes in from Lynch off of the backboard. Again, no teammate there rotating in. He keeps it alive, but it looks like Severance have survived for the moment, but still trailing in this game and trailing in the series, of course.
Nice little pop-up this one, D. Lynch. Might just fancy this one himself here, and Surrey's read that well enough. It was poised, and there was a second player to trail behind where the spill-up was going to occur. So everything is sort of at this midfield line battle. It's just who can open up the avenue most nicely. That could have been costly, and Cal will have to be careful here. Service only rotating back into it, so you just fancy when this clearance does happen, should have been booted down to the opposite end of the pitch, wasn't, and now we see this sort of stagnating who wants the ball more type.
Here we go, Genzo trying to go forward, can't quite do so. Bryn pops it up back downfield, and he just gets cleared away once more. Only as far as Cal D with a booming pass that goes in, almost a little bit too weighty. Serve, this is set up nicely for him, and he can't find the net. Still goalless is Serve, rather uncharacteristically in this series. An absolute goal machine. Bryn, however, is going to try and punish Fearless Alpha. Genzo on the line, didn't see him rotating in, and I'm sure Fearless Alpha fans will be glad he was. Has saved a certain goal there. A demo in the middle on Cal D is going to open up a bit of space for Sibo to try and go forward. Can't quite do so. Lynch putting it back in. Genzo having to rotate back to stop this ball going into a dangerous position back downfield. Saves it quite nicely. Lynch with a shot. Cal D with yet another save. Fearless Alpha might only have that 1 goal advantage, but with Genzo trying to make it 2, you still suggest that they're looking comfortable here.
Very much. And just with the pressure that has just been applied here, you have to give at least a bit of credence here for serving themselves here. Just trying to get this ball somewhat out here. It's just scraping it off like a spatula, but eventually it does crack with, again, D. Lynch, who gets his name notched on to it in the second game itself. So I'm not saying the pass man himself with all the experience of winning in this sort of top tier show it exactly, what to do, how to do it, and very much wearing the t-shirt and bragging about it.
Yes, and a bit of an awkward moment on the line as well that just didn't help Fearless Alpha controlling this game well. Sibo is found on this left-hand side, goes forward, it's going to just pop up for them, maybe a chance to put the ball into the net, can't quite do so. And now Bryn down this left-hand side, tries to put it in to the middle, can't find anyone there though. Bryn now going forward, trying to put Severance back into this game, but they're being peppered by Fearless Alpha, and they're being peppered very well. Sibo tries to make it 3, Caldi with a good save, and that might be a crucial save, as if they can get a goal now before the sort of minute mark, then maybe they're still in this. 3 certainly wouldn't have been helpful to them. Caldi looks for the aerial, Sibo able to get the beating off him. Lynch still going, just gets away from him. This is really quite a masterclass from Fearless Alpha. Lynch going all the way back here, gets cleared by Genzo. A minute to go, and it's desperation stations for Severance.
I'll serve there from that small moment there, sat roughly in between sort of the mid-line into his own net there. Need to actually been deeper back if he wanted to launch that downfield here, so you can just sense a annoyance, exhortation into the play here. He will get one back into it, and that was a frustrating goal. You can probably tell there was a sigh of relief following the 2 defensively for Alpha. That was a tad bit weak from them. That's careless there was slipping on too. We talked about the 3rd. That hasn't shown up yet.
And well, Alpha just trying to close out this game now. Genzo with the shot. It's a good save. Really, just wanting to get that second game. The shot comes in and it's going to go in. And they've done it. Immediately, it's taken them about 10 seconds, 17 seconds officially on the clock. Severance are back into the game. And Fearless Alpha utterly collapsing out of a very good position. Can they go and consolidate this now, Severance?
I think this game might just breathe into OT personally. I think both sides will be happy with that when you can just concede a 2 that quickly. You have this sort of adrenaline rush as well, the sulkiness that comes off a 2 as that ball drops. Hastily poised as well too, but the clearance weak. And sir, you can see the spring and a step and a back pass all the way too. So yes, it's going to be OT.
And what a moment from Serve as well, as this still isn't on the floor. There's a chance for Fearless Alpha. There's a chance for Severance, as now it's going to be almost beating the buzzer. Can't quite do so. Serve, however, with 2 goals within 17 seconds of each other. That is the performance that your main man needs to put in, and now they look to consolidate this. Can't quite do so, and it's going to be Alpha who try and bring the ball away. Serve is up, trying to look for his hat-trick. Can't find the hat-trick. Genzo gets it clear, gets save credit as well. Bryn into the centre. Lynch going to get this clear, and now Severance with a spring in their step. Looks to go forward. It's up for Cal D. He's going to almost get the goal. Serve with the hat-trick. Makes it 3. They've made the comeback, and it's 1-1.
Well, just like that, Cal will be disappointed with himself, but he at least beat the defender to give himself a chance there. I must say this game has almost highlighted the point of when do you give up. The fact that at least Alpha put them into that position and forced them. If they got that 3rd goal, we wouldn't be here. And that just shows you how thin the margin can be. But there's going to be both sides here who aren't happy with each other. They aren't happy with the performance they put up themselves. When you have natural winners, which all 6 of these players are, they're going to be looking at this game. We could take this. It's far too comfortable for both of them.
That is a masterclass from Serve, though. 2 goals in 17 seconds, and then the goal in overtime. Okay, it wasn't the most flourishing solo play. It was a tap in the 3rd goal, but the other 2 were pretty impressive. And that is how you need to step up and put in a game-winning performance for your team. And the question is now, can they stop him, the side of Fearless Alpha?
Oh, that's not easy. I tried doing that for a month, and I'll tell you, it's not easy. Arguably, there's some of those players that should be in Premier, which is the frustrating bit, probably for them, because they could probably take that level up as well. So, to put it this way, Tom, this is going to be a game of can Serve and D-Lynch carry their team? We're not trying to disrespect the other two. That's who we are looking at.
Well, sometimes when you've got a player leading the line as well as Serve is, it can be easy to overlook the other two. We had a brief stoppage for a moment, but they're back in and ready to go for this game 3. One apiece in the series. Severan's looking to continue the momentum. Fearless Alpha hoping to avoid a collapse. Again, D-Lynch with the shot. Is it going to go in? It won't. Sibo's going to get the touch back in, and it just can't get followed up. Serve back forward now. There is only one man back, and it's D-Lynch able to get it clear. Another demo on Serve is going to stop a little bit of attacking vigor. A bump play. Genzo with the save. Once more going back forward. Fearless Alpha now. It's still alive. D-Lynch trying to cut inside. Does cut inside and gets the goal.
That's shocking. Didn't expect that one to slip on in the way it did occur, but oh dear, even the best players can make a mistake. Normally I've been very critical on this one, but when you've had 2 games the way it's unfolded, you just now fancy Alpha here to come out. They'll try to get 2, possibly 3 goals quick here, but that's been left lovely. That is dreadful technique to finish it off, and Serve, who has been looking almost unpeachable, will certainly find himself on the hot seat there.
As well, Serve trying to put it back in. That double touch definitely got away from him. As now off of the line goes Sibo. Fearless Alpha leading 1-0 of course. D-Lynch down the left hand side trying to go forward. Gets the beating of Cal D, but the ball just falls on deaf ears in the end, and Bryn able to send it back forward. That being said, Sibo gets the challenge in, and Genzo is just there lurking. Ball still alive from an Alpha perspective. Sibo trying to get the touch on hit. Lynch forward once more. Cal D able to send it back forward and Serve. That was a bit more of an important touch than you'd think.
These are minute sort of positions at both 2 sides, and it was a bit critical last night during the play-ins, and I think even Vector himself was showing a small class of it, but these 2 sides much more clinical with those 50s, the bumps, the minute things people won't see, and that's a decent infield pass, but straight out the keeper. Needed to go either side here. At this level here, you can't afford just to leather it down middle like a penalty spot. You have to take a corner, but make sure it's hit well.
Genzo off of the backboard, still in the lead. Fearless Alpha. A moment can change any of that. Serve can change any of that. Looks for the pinch. 2 of them go up for it. Serve still on the ball here. A bit of an awkward moment with Genzo. Sibo in the end gets it back downfield, and they can breathe for a moment. Fearless Alpha. Sibo into the centre. D-Lynch is there. It's not going to fall to him though. Now it will fall to him. Looks for the redirect. Just falls away from him. Still alive though. Sibo off of the backboard. Genzo now goes up for it. Off of the crossbar once more. Serve able to clear it away in the end. D-Lynch though still with the ball on his bonnet, and now looks for a double touch off of the backboard. Can't quite find it. Genzo goes up to keep it alive. Looking for 2 here with 2 minutes to go, and they still can't find that second goal that might be so important. You still sense that this is the Fearless Alpha we saw for the first game and a half. And now with a shot that comes in off the crossbar once more. Going to be D-Lynch sending it back in. He gets demoed. Perhaps going to give them a moment to breathe here. Severance back forward. Touched away. 1 minute and 50 seconds for them to find the equaliser. Well, they were 2-0 down in the previous game, and they were equalised on, and looking again goes Serve. Cal D with the shot. Sibo with a huge save. 1 minute and 30 to go now, and Alpha are looking a little bit shaky for just a moment. Serve forward again. Oh, he's done it again. 1-1.
Just like that there is what we'll remember. And it's near enough caught many probably by surprise as well too. And all the pressure that Alpha had. And both sides, to be fair, could be a credit with this composure. That should have been arguably 2-0. And again for the second game, it was not scored, and it has cost Alpha themselves in terms of dictating the game here. But we highlighted the players, we highlight them for good reason. Serve shown the difference not once but twice in 2 crucial matches. And you know what? I thought it may have been a 3-0 sweep after game 1. How wrong that statement could have been.
Genzo trying to go forward down the right-hand side. Caldi able to get it cleared. Sibo into the centre, looking for D Lynch, perhaps destined for overtime once more. Unless Surf has anything to say about it, goes alone once more. Genzo is there to equal him, and when Surf is in this form as he clearly is, he's really turned it on. And well, I don't think there's any stopping him apart from the Fearless Alpha attack. Cal D down the right-hand side, tries to go forward. D Lynch puts it into Sivo. Sivo can't get the touch that will see the ball go into the net. And with 30 seconds remaining, this game is still up for grabs. Neither side getting the better of each other at the moment. And it's just pinging about in the midfield. No one able to find a way through. D Lynch sends it forward. Serve with the save. Genzo trying to find a teammate. Finds D Lynch, who sends it back forward. Sibo on this right-hand side with 10 seconds to go. There's a demo on the line. Opens up the space. They're going to get the last minute goal. 6 seconds to go. It is 2-1 to Fearless Alpha. And that is just unplayable. A superb demolition play. 6 seconds to go. Surely Severance can't find a way back into this one now.
Oh, Serv has anything to say with it, but I agree with you. I don't think it's possible. And I think what needs also to be said as well too, I wasn't a fan of how Dylan set that one up, and we are now factually at a match point, and yet I think for the first time this season I'm not even comfortable on calling a winner, which is strange for me.
It's so close. You just sense that, as again, I don't want to put too much pressure on the shoulders of one man in a roster. But you sense that Serv is so influential for this Severance roster, clearly, as he has been in the previous game, that if he turns up, anything can happen. Of course, the other players, they're not playing badly either. They've been at the races today. Both teams are in this. And I think you're right. We could 100% see a Game 5 here.
Again, it's one of those statements here. The fact that we're not mentioning the other two, and this is going to be a strange one for some people here, it's actually a credit to them. They haven't made a mistake. They haven't put a foot out badly wrong. It's D-Lynch, either with his demo, with his, I would like to say his calm demeanour onto the pitch. You can see him changing it up when needs to be for those effects, or Serve with his mechanical grace. It's one of the two, and the other four are allowing them to play their roles. That's what good teammates do to you. That's what the season's for, to find that role. Whoever wins this one here, the grand final shouldn't be comfortable, but my word, this should set up that particular matchup quite nicely.
Truer word hasn't been spoken. That was absolutely correct. Haven't made a mistake, the other two. And it's just affecting this game. Serve trying to immediately go forward. Sibo with the save, still alive here. Alpha playing for the win in this series. I suspect this may be a precursor to that grand final. And whoever's casting that is going to have a wonderful time. This shot comes in from Caldi, just a little bit wayward. Serve going forward. Genzo off of the line and then back down the field from D Lynch. Caldi going to have to recollect again. Does his job superbly. Serve back forward. Caldi's in the centre. Looks for him. And again, a good save by Sivo. A good clear from Sivo. Genzo back forward. Serve is there. He's able to get the save in. Never completely easy. Back in the centre, D Lynch looking to go forward for Alpha this time. There was a little bit of space caused by the demo. D Lynch still going forward here, and just again a little bit wayward from him. Bryn with more save credit. Still nothing in between these two sides, as we've seen all series long.
D Lynch might want that ball back. Was just rolled across here and there. Effectively the nuisance just moving upfield here, just kind of put a bit of pressure on here, and that's a decent touch here. It's not necessarily a direct shot to deliberately score, just to make him jump, make him out of position here. That's wide open, very much wide here. You will not get a simpler tap-in to move yourself into a grand final. This could be the winner, but I highly doubt it.
Yes, I highly doubt it as well, Danny. There's 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go. Both teams playing absolutely out of their skin here, and it's such fine margins in between the two of them. Sibo going to take this off of the backboard, going forward. Bryn looking to get this clear, does do so. Sibo back into the mix. Genzo trying to get the beating of Serve, can't get the beating of Serve, and now Serve going forward. Gets beaten by D-Lynch in the 50-50, who now with the air dribble runs out of boost, but Sibo going to go forward, finds a double tap, and it's a good double touch. It was a little bit awkward with the defenders coming in across the line. Have a look at it again. It was very awkward indeed. Serve helped it in, but with 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go, Fearless Alpha looking much more comfortable than they have been all series long, barring that game one probably.
Potentially. And the worst thing as well too, I think both of those two people will disagree on the analysis of it, but at the Masters level, of course, they're going to have disagreements on what could be done, what is achievable, and that's just poised quite nicely. Nobody up as well. So, we're going to see a natural change here, but that's just due to the fact that the two scratched out 3 goals, and it's the former champion himself dictating how this one's going to end.
Severance almost resigning now to the fact that they are going to have to go through the lower bracket, and then potentially that one thing I've been warned I'm not allowed to mention that maybe
bracket reset. There you go.
There we go. Danny, blunt on it as always as Sibo back forward. Genzo can't quite find the touch. But well, I think Severance are going to have to resign themselves to that fact if they can't find a goal very quickly. They've still got half the game to go, but perhaps a fourth there would have changed the complexion a little bit more. Sibo still going forward. Caldi with a good save. Do you see a way back into this for Severance?
No.
Maybe.
No, I still think no.
Well, Bryn attempts to get them back into this, and now it's only 2 goals needed in 2 minutes. This could still go either way. Alpha looking comfortable, but Bryn with a little bit of a lifeline. Serve now down this left hand side is going to try his best to go all alone. He gets it over Sibo, almost, it is perfect from Serve straight off of kickoff. They turn it around almost immediately, now only within 1 goal. That is what he does so well. And it was an almost impossible goal. Serve is at the races today.
I think the defender should be embarrassed by himself. You know you have 5 to 15% of the net you need to really cover onto it. If it goes high above you, it should be a second man rotation. Doesn't happen, and D-Lynch's, I wouldn't say necessarily throwing that around here, and that's screaming for a third man follow. Nobody wants that, and this game has almost tipped outside the unexpected zone here as D-Lynch sends it down here. Frankly, if I was the coach in this particular moment, the good old-fashioned advice is stick your size 12 boot and send it down the field as quickly as possible.
That might just be the way that they waste this 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds where Severance are trying to save one of their lives. This shot comes in from Serve, and it's just equalled by Sibo back down into more attacking quarters for the Fearless Alpha squad. Genzo going to recollect this quite nicely. Bryn goes up for the aerial, able to get the block in. D-Lynch keeping it alive, however, from an Alpha perspective. 1 minute on the clock. Caldi going forward, looks for the shot, gets the shot, and it's going to be almost missed by D-Lynch, but he eventually survives. 51 seconds to go now. Serve back down the field. Sibo's going to get the touch back forward. Bryn off of the sidewall, trying to get this into the centre. Can't get it into the centre. Loops back round for it. It might go in. It's going to go in. And the tides turn once more, and Fearless Alpha put 1 foot in the grand final.
In these situations, it's absolutely imperative to send that ball with a bit of purpose and meaning. And the key element is, can you get the ball safe or to a teammate? If the answer is no, why bother with that play? And frankly, that could cost them dearly. I think at this point in time, Ray said it has cost them. I still stick to that tune here. But both sides needs to still see this game out to the very end here.
Well, 18 seconds to go now, and the time is fading. From a Severance perspective, they might be going to a couple more games before they get a chance at the grand final. Genzo bringing it away crucially for Fearless Alpha. 5 seconds to go. It looks like it is going to be Alpha who get the series by the skin of their teeth in the end. 2 goals are in it. It's going to touch the floor. Fearless Alpha get the victory. And well, they had a lot to say about it, did Severance, but they're going to have to go the hard way, Danny.
Certainly so, and it's going to be an interesting one if they can certainly do it. And the old mantra, it seems to be, the Irish players making it at least to the top 3. Well, that's no longer a worry. It'll be a top 2 position no matter what here. D. Lynch, who has played exceptionally well, served, mind you, played his role too. Look, I'm not an admin, but I have a proposal. Let's get rid of the 2 teams in the lower bracket, bring these 2 back on, and we'll have best of 3, best of 7 set play. I would prefer those much better, because frankly, those were outstanding matches.
Well, could we just see that all night? Go away with the entire Master tier, just get those 2 to play throughout the season. It was an incredible series, and the 3-1 scoreline perhaps a little bit unfair on Severance in the end, but they could hold their heads up high. I dare say it should be a breeze past Abyss in the lower final to try and get into the grand final where Fearless Alpha await. By the way, Abyss should naturally be saying in that game beat Heck 3-1. So they will be going into the lower final, which is up next in about 25 minutes time on the mainstream. That's Abyss versus Severance. So any final thoughts, Danny?
No, I think let's roll it on, because if that's the standard that we're going to get tonight, let's not delay it.
And, well, we're going to hop off here. It is, I believe, been my last cast of the RSC season. I can say that with almost certainty now. So it's been a pleasure to be casting for the first time in RSC. And can't wait to be back next season now. And, of course, for the weeklies that we have, hopefully during the off-season. But I'll be keeping a keen eye on this stream, and I suggest that those watching do as well. We thank you all very much for watching, and on the stream, we'll see you in about 23 minutes' time for the lower final. Abyss and Severance going toe-to-toe for a place in that grand final against Fearless Alpha.
Just like we used to. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drink until the sunrise. Just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Your sex is so I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do. next to yours. I can't feel my weight anymore. Holding on to hope that I might be enough. You know what my heart's aiming for. Meet me up and tell me you needed someone better. I can't wait around anymore. Feel like we don't speak how we used to be together. Lying down on my bedroom floor. Late last night I called, hoping you pick up the phone. I know that there's been some time since I had you all alone. What you really like is the thing I wanna find a way into your life. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run. I can't even see through the lights. Keep running round in circles and lines. Holding on to hope that I might be enough. Maybe I'm just wasting my time. Go. Meet me up and tell me you needed someone better. I can't wait around anymore. Feel like we don't speak how we used to be together. Lying down on my bedroom floor. Late last night I called, hoping you pick up the phone. I know that there's been some time since I had you all alone. What you really like is the thing I wanna find a way into your life. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run.
I know I'm the one like Neo, young and finna blow torpedo. Sipping on the drink that's Tito's. Shorty never won no hero. Tell her I'm the bad guy. Shooting my shot, no B-roll. In the Pico, I reload. One with a lot more zeros. That's my check. Tell them watch out like Vivo. I'ma need to watch like Rolly. Records get spun like Hilo. Copter, tell them that the Batman shot ya, yeah. Someone better call the doctor. When I'm in the UK, all the London girls talk to me proper, yup. London, Manchester, in the 10 Tesla. Had to flex up on them for my ancestors. They want you more when they can't get you introverted, only like the investors. So if you wanna talk to me, talk money. If not, then you speak in tongues, I really need the funds. Every time I'm on the track, drop bombs, and you know it's a lethal one. I said, mama shouldn't have to work no more. 20 years at the same damn job. Raising up a son on her own in a small white home. Some days couldn't take no mas. Living paycheck to paycheck. Not rich, but at least we had the basics. Except when daddy got locked and the heat went out, but the block getting hot. Word, but I'm the greatest now. Thank you, mama, cause we made it out. That boy, I probably ain't know that he dangerous, cause I never took the safer route. Yeah, times got hard, money got low, there was nowhere to go. I had to bet on myself, there was nobody else, that was all that I know. Man, tell me how you did it. I know I make it look easy. Need a million now, no kidding. I know I make it look easy. Back on my job, right back to business. I know I make it look easy. I gotta do it, you never did it. I know I make it look easy. I can turn a 1 to a 10. I know I make it look easy. Turn a Honda to a Benz. I know I make it look easy. I ain't never need no friends. I know I make it look easy. Did it with my own 2 hands. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, spend a decade. Writing essays with my essays and my vatos. I was just a kid with a snot nose. Now my flow sicker than the black plague. I go harder and harder. Need me a check, I can't wait till tomorrow. Get what I'm owed and I'm not trying to barter. When they see me, they gon' dodge like a charger. Yeah, felines running from the Hellcat. I'm a hustler, I can sell that. Came with a fuss, yeah, the boy from the north. When the deal went south, I just fell back. If it ain't work, I'ma find something better. Girls get wetter in the GIA sweater. Drink in my hand and I'm down for whatever. Damn, he cute, he fine, he clever. Yeah, no lie. How I make it look like I don't try. I've been doing this for my whole life. Now I gotta cop it like it's no price. Yeah, one time for the one time. Aye, one time ain't never enough. Yeah, you tryna settle the score, but they ain't no settling with us. Man, tell me how you did it. I know I make it look easy. Need a million now, no kidding. I know I make it look easy. Back on my job, right back to business. I know I make it look easy. I gotta do it, you never did it. I know I make it look easy.
Welcome back to the RSC, and I must say it's been an enjoyable evening, both in terms of the gameplay and just even the conversation that we're having, quite literally in the backstage as well, because it just shows you the level where these two sides are. We're going to see, and we'll get to that in a moment, but we have to introduce a man who has more accolades to his name than I have room on my arm to be written for that day occurrence. So Psycho, how are you?
I'm doing wonderfully, Danny, and you know what? I have had a chance to watch some of the games unfold today, and I think you're absolutely right in saying we've had one hell of a show and one hell of a display from the team so far today, Danny.
Well, certainly so, and we might as well show you how that display comes about here with the playoff bracket itself here, because you thought 3-0 sweeps, this is fabulous, there's an absolute path of destruction being occurring here. And you're right, we got the upper final and the match that Psycho was alluding to, 3-1. To me, just scrap the rest of the tournament. Just give me that match 3 times, and it'll be 3 different results. That's how good it was. But we dropped down to the lower side of the bracket. The sides that were on the upper side, no longer here. It is Abyss doing the run all the way back from basically the play-in side of it, and who beat Alanis and Sego, to put this in the conspect as well too, was in the I-69, played quite well, and if I remember correctly, got to the final too.
Yeah, absolutely. This Abyss side has been on a complete tear through the lower end of things, and certainly not a team that many of the casting talents actually predicted to make it as far as they have. So very much a surprise team coming out of nowhere, and I remember casting them really not too long ago with Orion, and they did put up a very consistent performance to see them across the finish line. And they're also against a very consistent team of their own, Danny.
Well, certainly so. As we go through the statistics, I don't care about them. Psycho doesn't care about them either. Neither should you at home. We are at the stage here where numbers are basically pointless. And with that, we may as well look at the player stats too. And Psycho, from that, also pointless.
Yeah, it is what it is. There's numbers on your screen. I hope you enjoy it whilst they're still there. But the important thing is, what are these two teams going to deliver on the day? Because there's been many expectation placed on some teams in these play-ins and playoff brackets across the entirety of the RSC10 season. Does it mean much, Danny? Not particularly.
Well, there you have it. The expert opinions over 5 years plus in the commentary booth, and somebody who's been at a World Championship before. We don't care about the stats, because here on the pitch is where the talking is really done here. And we saw it from the upper side. We'll give him a bit of a rest from the spotlight here. The man that needs to probably be talked about somewhat is the lovely of all cans, the man from Ireland who is in the top 3, which surprises most people. But Cal D has just decided to put one in here. I think he's fed up with the Irish being talked about.
Potentially so, and it's a beautiful infield pass work from Bryn as well in the opening stages to deliver an early advantage the way of Severance. But continuing the conversation about cans, certainly a player with a wealth of experience to his name, certainly a player that I've been seeing in ranked lobbies and tournaments and the likes for years upon years upon years. He seems to always be around and grinding his butt off, and he's certainly deserving of the fate he's put himself in today. And to touch on Severance a little bit perhaps, a team which is also full of their own accolades, especially in the RSC10 season. Serve, of course, being that mechanical highlight player which you need to keep your eyes on at pretty much all times if you're the opposition, because he is a bit of a nuisance, Danny.
He certainly is, and in a 6-month lobby we played for a month, on the statistics wise over like hundreds of games. That's how much we played with and against each other. He pipped me by 1 singular point. Ooh. And if you know me as a player, I am not mechanical in the slightest. So just shows you how good serve can be, just to pull out the extra stops.
And Bryn, having to put up a stop himself there on the backboard, was able to get up nice and early. As Serve, working his way down the field, gets a nice pinch upwards to Bryn, who's taken a shot on a pretty unattended net with Cal now to the corner, bashing it over to Serve, who's going to hopefully strike on a semi-open net, but blocked away by the defenders.
A nice clearance too, and we've been poised quite nicely here. There's been 2 goals of okay standard, not necessarily something to rave about here, but the pressure has been a treat to watch. There's generally a rotation as well, and I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that.
Yeah, and this Severance roster is just going to keep this pressure coming. They have such a solid foundational structure to them. It seems that they're always in the right place at the right time, and you know what? I'm going to forgive them. It's such early doors. There's been 2 extremely loose goals conceded so far. I don't think that's going to be representative of their performance. Certainly
not, especially on the upper final. We saw Serve come out, played absolutely well in the line. I remember coming from, if the team is, make no mistake, doesn't get talked about, they've done their job exceptionally well. I know people might disagree with that assessment, but it's the unfortunate truth somewhat. If you're not the highlight player, you're a nobody, and that's also very much unkind. Maybe so. As Bryn over to the corner is going to be bested by Bay, who's just sat there waiting for the opportunity to come as Serve, lunging at a
Well, a defended net nonetheless, but somehow Watali's not been able to back up, reverse, put on the beepers, check his blind spot. All of that was done a little bit too lazily, Danny.
Certainly so, and if you are of the larger person, you might be easier to see as a very intelligent man who may be also working the production today would be saying, well, he wasn't wide enough to save that one and slipped on through here as Cal might we be hoping for a similar footing the second time around.
And an awkward touch from serve is going to be easily received by the player himself as Can's hoofing a ball downfield and trying to get some sort of wave dash to regain some lost control as Callan serve and Bryn. It's a 3v1 situation. Chalk it off, boys. That's an easy open net for Caldi. And I was slightly worried the finish was just going to trickle up the left-hand side of the post and miss. But nonetheless, Cal's actually got the job done.
It would have been hilarious.
Oh, it would have been. I'd be in tears. That would have been the finest casting moment of my RSC10 career.
I love how you describe career as a small portion there. Thank you very much, Psycho, for not making me feel as older as that sentence. But what has been a strange affair is this sort of opening game here, because you did watch the upper final. We had a brief conversation about it. We talked about the pace. We talked about how well it was. This one has been far much more open, and yet people talk about momentum. Its control is the outstanding factor. We haven't seen that yet as the fourth goal here moves in here by serve. Fabulous in terms of how confused we can be.
Yeah, and I think it's about that time where I'm beginning to have a little bit of doubt and a little bit of concern creeping in about whether this is going to be the state of affairs for the rest of the series, because like you said, Danny, it has been incredibly loose. Neither of these two teams particularly controlling the tempo. It's just been basic, simple mistakes which have caused both of these teams downfalls so far.
Well, hopefully it will pick up a tad bit more here as that ball just goes slightly wide here, so it will be Cans to be hopefully fruitful, and in serve he's done well to be a nuisance and he's going for the demo. Oh, I'll tell you this here, he occasionally sometimes sings when he goes for the demo. Mostly it was against me, but that's a separate issue if you've ever played in that type of match.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's pretty telling of his confidence, is it, as a fifth is going to be struck in, but like we mentioned, serve, that player to watch potentially, even with Caldi's 3 goals to his name. If there is a player who's going to be a bit of a nuisance, get in your head a little bit, it's going to be serve. He's very much controlling of the tempo, he has mechanical fluidity, he's got everything you could want in a player to actually see a team through the finish line. And I think for the rest of the matches, bar today's games, throughout this entire RSC10 season, I've seen players which always come as somewhat of a compromise. You have someone with some strong abilities in one domain or the other, whether it be that very aggressive natured play and going for those demos or whatever it is that makes you special on that team. And I think finally we're coming now to a stage where there are so many players with a full package to offer.
I'm so glad you didn't throw me in that sentence. I'll tell you, if it was Spooks here, it'd be me being the compromised player on that one. But you're right. Everything that we have seen is a percentage at a certain level. You're able to do what you want to. You can dictate the game if you're especially having that sort of peak performance here. But there is one problem with that sentence, Psycho.
What is that?
The Irish don't do quite well when I'm casting them.
So we're not going to have an Ireland versus Ireland final in Cairns and D-Lynch, is that what you're saying?
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
So we'll take that as a no then. We just have to hope for the best that they've got their ears shut and somehow didn't get the memo that you're here today, Danny.
Other than the fact that I was talking to them during the game itself, but yes, we'll pretend that is a certain case of it. Well,
you've ordained your own fate. There's absolutely no chance we're going to see the high-quality gameplay coming from our star players on the side of Severance and also D-Lynch's roster himself. But moving forward past this first game, and arguably a very forgettable one, there is a lot of questions to be asked for both of these teams regarding their integrity at the back. And for Severance, 5 goals on the board is certainly a motivating factor, but I don't think, as I said earlier, it's going to be representative of what we see.
I agree with you, and it's the tad bit of a shame here, especially if you've seen the upper final match here. But again, when you drop down to the losers final, you just have a sense of it. I think what would be slightly the surprising bit of it, Abyss did have the ability to dictate the game, somewhat showing what they were capable of. But as you're right, the third man did not do their job. In fact, arguably, what third man here? If Abyss can play a bit tighter, we might see a more forgiving game in some elements here.
Absolutely, and you have to think those thought processes are actually going to be coming about and hitting those players right about now, and this is the time they need to operate with those changes, as we're going to have a brief technical pause. One of the players not doing their job correctly and joining the right team at the right time. Happens to the best of us, Danny.
Yeah, it does. Joe, I'll let everybody into a small, sir, if you want to call it a secret. I was in a very good mood today.
It's been ruined. Tarnished.
Tarnished. I know. So hopefully the lobby will be created somewhat bit quicker here, but I suppose it gives us that extra few seconds ourselves here to compose this lower final match here, because we've pretty much cast every lower final possible. And I don't think we've seen one that's came out near enough as tight or as one lopsided. But yet Abyss proved for about a minute they can hold on, and it gradually slipped away from them.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a question of how quickly can Abyss actually refine that pace that they established quite late on in Game 1, because there were so many loose opportunities just as a result of that last man positioning that we mentioned, and really is the crux of most teams' downfall beyond this sort of level of play, if you're honest. I mean, I've had quite a fair bit of experience coaching people in the past, and that always seems to be that one issue which players lack in. They're so keen to get forward in this high-paced sort of game where everything is to play for that they get lost in their own thoughts, and it's the simple stuff that catches teams out.
Remember, in the rival final, even arguably in the challenger, definitely in elites here, where it's the basic stuff done right wins you championships. I said that there, as Psycho has alluded to, as we have eventually got this second game up. It's just a question of, can we progress this game further? We've seen the standard, decent clearance coming out too here in serve. We talked about what he can be as a nuisance here, but will he actually drop back a bit, allow the other two to get more involved here?
Ooh, and it looks a little bit dangerous, that drop down there. And Abyss certainly needing to set themselves up on the right foot, really. They don't want to go behind too early just for the sake of that confidence, I reckon. As Cans is up nice and quickly to intercept a block, as Serve now in the corner cannot get past Bagel, who drops it very nicely to a teammate Central. The shot, however, not good enough.
Serve just sat it up there for a potential clearance, eventually spills to what we see is the double commit and a great chase down the field here. So both sides not necessarily right in terms of their position, but we could see something here, and unfortunately we did not here. So both sides pretty much like Game 1 here. It has been not necessarily a forgetful performance, but certainly slow to get off the mark.
And you're right in saying that, as Serve gets a lovely chip above one and is going to try and establish some control of his own, perhaps drop it down to a teammate if they're there in support, but opting for the safe approach there as Cal trying to best one defender at the back. Can's well positioned to deal with it.
There's Breen, one touch into Cal into the middle. This could be much more potent here. Eventually gets cleared away in Serve, who's, I did question his third man rotation in the upper final, was in the position at least touch the ball here, but from his own corner he's got to play away from it. He's done his job. Here's all the follow through, and eventually didn't find a teammate here. So Abyss has a chance here to make that small, minute mistake pay against them.
Absolutely, and Can striking on a net just about covered off by Serve, but I feel this Abyss roster at the moment are certainly finding some comfortability. They seem to be aware of Severance's strengths and cutting them off incredibly early indeed, especially when it comes to that midfield line. I'm always seeing Cans, that player in particular, who's applying that pressure as early as he can just to suffocate the defence, keep them at the back as a shot comes through just wide of the margin.
I don't think Cans would like to be remembered for his shooting accuracy, but at least in the Irish community, as far as my knowledge is, as as you want to put it, have been removed from the RE scene completely for some time now, and he's known for his maybe lack of accuracy. It could haunt them here as they have gone back and forth here. Abyss looking a little bit more what we want, a little bit aggressive, but still being respectful enough of their opposition, who arguably on paper much more tighter, much more stronger, capable players here. Has that been pushed down and whipped away?
Oh, and the touch from Watali just wasn't strong enough to get over the top of the last defender. Certainly what he was opting for on that occasion, as Cal with no boost is only going to try and force the opponents to jump off their own whim, and not necessarily something that he has control of, as Cans with an important 50-50, but the demo has come through. It's going to be a 1v1 situation briefly as the support comes flying through in numbers. Bryn off to the backboard and serve, just trying to reach for a shot, goes for the complex route, but for now the offense is going to keep on rolling.
Bryn certain at the back lines, and Cans, he's well caused a bit of devastation, and eventually he was the one getting demoed even after all the momentum. If that makes sense to you, well done, as this ball making no sense. It's been teed up quite into the middle here in Cans.
Oh,
I'm not saying, but I think both sides here will be a little bit frustrated on what they presented themselves here.
and probably confused at their own intentions as well. I'm not sure what's going on at the back line, but it's doing absolutely fine, because at the moment Abyss cannot find that important gap which gives them a shooting chance, and Abyss, it seems to be, the only bits of clumsiness I just witnessed were at a good time perhaps when the players are rotating back on the side of the red team, as Watali with an important touch to see it over to Bagel. Infield to Cans, a touch high, and hopefully you can get another touch to keep it going with an infield pass. Watali, are you going to get there in time? Not quite.
Cal, he just moves that downfield. We've seen end to end, and from goal scorer potential to definitely game saver. Can's done his job once, and now twice here. Back downfield it goes here, and Can's whips it away from the eventual attacker to be their serve, who is arguably maybe in the conversation of MVP of the playoffs. Cannot have his say. OT.
And it's funny how quickly we changed from the dynamic we had in the first game to what is on our screens right now. Both of these teams truly solidifying their own mistakes, working each other out nicely. And at the moment it's a question of who can force the issue, because simply no unforced goals whatsoever in this game number 2.
Cal, he's missed that one. Will it be a quick turnaround? Not quite, and it's a big Irish unit. He's sat there like a rugby player, and he's seen the whole back line, and he's taken 2 of them out. I hope he's bought them dinner, because they have been taken out.
Oh my goodness, an absolute crunching tackle from lovely Cans has done the job. It's certainly done the job, and for, well, Abyss, they're going to be pretty happy. For our front runners, however, by the name of Severance, is there going to be any doubt creeping into their mind?
Oh, would you love to know what's going into their heads and the comms too for that question? Because, Psycho, if you put up from the upper final going into this one, they probably thought, you know what, we have this. Abyss, historically, at least against the Severance here, may have been considered a bogey team. That was, mind you, the tightest and arguably the best individual game we have seen. Yes, there was mistakes. Yes, I've been critical all week long, but it never resulted in somebody conceding. That's what you want.
It's absolutely what you want, and from a viewing perspective, that's what I'm looking for as well. I'm looking for 2 teams giving it their absolute best, and at the moment we certainly saw that in that game number 2, and like I mentioned earlier, a drastic change was required after the game number 1 shambles from both of these rosters. Certainly turned around in quick fashion as we're off and underway. I'll take that back, Danny. We're not underway. Let's have a quick remake.
Yeah, let's have another quick remake. Joe, I might
Who
be
is
a bit
it?
typical.
Who's the troublemaker?
No, I'm not going to blame anybody today. I'm still in a good mood. They've provided a decent game too. I'm not going to let it be ruined by a lobby recreation every single time here. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But, Psycho, I know we talked about ignoring the stats, knowing where it is here. But when we've seen so far here, the performance of both sides here, you mentioned it slightly there, from the game 1 here to the game 2. I might be bold to ask you somewhat, what has been the difference maker from those two?
Well, certainly for me, it's that solidity in the defensive end, that third man positioning. Everything comes down to positioning if you're leaving so many open, silly gaps as we saw in that game number 1. So clearly something has changed in that department, and also the level of risk that these two teams have been willing to plough into one another has been decreased somewhat, I think it's fair to say.
Well, that's true. Can't sit there and say there was a memorable third man mistake in the second one. Definitely a few that could be, well, let's put it this way, if it was the where's Wally book or where's Waldo in terms of the red jumper and the stripes itself here in terms of the mistakes, it certainly was that game you could have made a book from. But game 3, we're hoping it's effectively a continuation of last time around, and especially for Abyss 2, who has, well, as we described them as the favourites going into this match here. They've arguably nullified their attack, they've nullified their advantage, and when you can remove the sense of fear around your opposition, makes it a lot more enjoyable to play against.
Absolutely so, and this Abyss team has not only shown that level of perseverance to adapt in this particular game, but also in prior series as well, especially with the likes of a team like Ocean, which was super aggressive with their forward demo plays and aggressive nature. They were able to neutralise that so quickly and get back into the grand scheme of things, get back into the equation in such an effortless manner that it can really only be applauded.
Oh, there's going to be no applause this time around. There was a few chances there knocking on the door, but Can still has it. And just as I said that, he doesn't. Well, arguably Can's the magician there.
Yep, playing his tricks as Bagel on the wall needs an important 50-50. The back line looking a little bit shady, but it's all good for now as Can's striking for that upper 90, but good defensive positioning on the end of Severance to deal with the situation as Cal and Bryn both opting to want to push forward, neither knowing quite which one to do, but taking the safe approach between them has paid dividends as Cal has a lot of work to do. A shot just flying high the margin from Bagel.
Straight in, mind you, and has been attacked. Been pressured, but Cal was able to get a touch away. Bryn straight down to the same side, so it should be a gentle touch, no boost, however, will stifle the original counter. Back down it here, and there's Bagel once more, right down the heart of the net here. The problem, it lacked a lot of pace onto it, easy for the eventual defender to get to it.
Yeah, and as much as this Abyss team at the moment is holding that possession, they've never found themselves in a situation with a real shooting opportunity, and Cans may be looking for that right now. The last defender in absolute shambles, but Cans has so much space to work with and not only beat one player, which was his job as that first man, but also dance around the defence as well.
The fact that he drove up and down from the side wall, I'm confused on why he was in that situation in the first place, but Abyss will be elated here. They might fancy a second one if they get a move on, but Serve, who has played a stellar role in the last two series near enough on stream, getting his team away from danger. That's crucial that he does so here.
And Cans with a very good 50-50 to best of player. Mutali and Bagel creeping too far forwards off their line, and it's a situation we saw in game 1 as well. That back line just creeping forward that little bit too much, too eager to get in the play and rightfully punished.
Certainly so. Serve, however, will certainly be happier now. Back within 1-1. Back within where they belong. That's how they will be seeing this one here, as Bryn at the back line. Kant will fancy the double from here. Easily blocked, of course, at this high-end level. That's expected. Not if, not maybes. Not even praying for it. It is expected here as Cal trying to run down the pitch here. Not happening, but where is the third man? It's a little bit questionable there.
Absolutely, and Bryn, it was such an easy pocket of space to find with that shooting opportunity as Watali. I know we often say as coaches and onlookers it's best to hit those balls to the corner, but Watali, he didn't have much room for error, and sadly there was a tiny little bit there.
Agree with you. It's one of those ones where we will say that sentence, but when you can get the sort of the double right off and the touch to clear it down middle, it's satisfying, and it gives you that, what, extra half a bit of space as well to work with. Understandably so. But it has cost them a 2-1 here. It's not a regret just yet here. They can play from the back lines. No for the time being.
And Bagel's looking clumsy on the back line, and this is going to allow a shooting opportunity to come through, and that will spawn just from a tiny little mechanical whiff as Serve taking full control of this ball, and a lucky little bump comes through. Nonetheless, Caldi able to mop up the missing pieces and find an extra extension to their deserved lead.
Everything extended from the Cans clearance, and again it was down the middle. Eventually spawned that opportunity at 3-1. Abyss, who had control, who had the ability to dictate the game, has lost their mantle. They will now have to find it, mind you, for the second and third time here if they want to get the scoreline tied up here. An infield ball, it's a little bit too wide from either of the two teammates to jump at the chance. They were begging for it. They were probably calling it to Can, send me one. Well, unfortunately, they've been sent back to their own lines.
And I must say, Danny, it's not often I reference the points games or the numbers games altogether. Cans, 351 to his name. His teammates, 82 and 58. It's looking pointless at the moment for this back line of Abyss because they simply can't contribute, and when they do extend that little bit too far forward, they are punished almost immediately. And right now they're going to have to create something from nothing with 40 seconds left on the clock as the touch comes through from Serve to a teammate over on the other side. Cal lofting a ball high to the backboard, and a fantastic touch from Bagel.
Strong motive to get a move on here. Very rarely is that ever uttered from Psycho's mouth here, especially the points or situation here, but it's a big indicating mark what is occurring onto the pitch here. But I will make the argument, Psycho, and I normally don't do this, I don't think the points is a fair reflection of it.
Perhaps so, but nonetheless, there have been those little black marks on what has otherwise been a highlight game as well. And I do believe there is something more to give in the tank for Abyss. And in that game number 1, we saw it was a little bit clumsy at the back line. And in this game number 3 as well, I feel, unfortunately, it's been slightly reflected.
Well, certainly so. Is it game over, potentially? Because if Serve themselves as a roster here gets things going, and we were alluding to the fact here is when that may also occur, Abyss may not have a chance. They had got themselves with 2 games itself here. They've effectively nicked one away from them. We are moving into game 4 cycle here, and I must say Abyss have to score first here if we even think of that game 5.
Absolutely, and it's a difficult thing to do, to absolutely command the pace from the get-go. And when you have a team as well structured as Severance, you also need to have your plans. You need something in mind to actually break down your opposition. And Severance so far, especially in this game number 2 and 3, have shown their strengths in their solidity, in terms of their positioning and their rotations. No unforced mistakes are going to come through this side.
Let's find out. Is that going to be the case? Or will we see something that one side will like to forget forever? As game 4 gets underway here quite nicely. Poised to see what the Irish Legion can do. That's being led by Cans there, but the ball's been sent all the way down here to their back wall eventually, and it's been tipped forward here. The option for a pass to the right, but looks like the demo has been called for. And you know what? Called for that, called was given, and that will be called 1-0.
Oh, you can see it coming from a mile away in Abyss. I was sort of highlighting how they need to work out a method to break down the defence, and in a counter-attack as open as that, they came up with a solution to deal with the problem. One player lunging for the demo, one player just driving it through the middle, that Irish style perhaps coming through, reflected by Can's teammates as well, as Cans dropping it down central for Watali, who can't find an opening space in the offence, as Cow now driving a ball deep into the corner with a fantastic flourish. As Serve now, hopefully he can follow this one up, as Cans just about touches it central. I was almost going to finish my speech. I was so sure there was going to be a player following in the net, bumped away by the Severance side, and well, I'm not sure how that's happened, Danny.
Well, it's just a simple fact is the Bagel decided to get a little bit too warm with Serve, and got served, quite literally. Backhanded compliment will be there, but They say Abyss need to score early if they were going to win this. The follow of that execution of the plan here will score a second one. The problem is they have to. They must do. They have done so. Game back on.
And all that open space has well and truly been capitalised upon by Cans. One player sniffing out the big 100 boost on the left side of the field, and another player off in no man's land. And it's simple goals like that which can eat away at your confidence. And Severance, who have done a very fine job indeed of really showing their agenda, pushing the game in their direction, have questions to be answered, Danny.
It gets pushed, it gets tossed back round. And just like that has been wiped away. The idea of this game being pushed to the underdog's advantage, not when serve is on the pitch. 2-2, just like that. And well, here we go again here. Here we go again. You talk about the Irish play style, and can't just no.
Miserable for Cans, as that well and truly could have cemented us into Game 5. This is how late game we're talking at the moment. 2-2 doesn't seem like a commanding scoreline, and it's all fallen apart at the last minute. The miss from Cans and also the chase as well from him has left that open space. The last defender maybe could have perhaps stood their ground, but nonetheless Severance once again back in the equation.
From potentially scoring to being the player that's ended up on the replay for not getting it away. But will they get away with it? No! They have forged a chance out of nothing, and a game effectively served on kickoffs. We are back at 3-3. We are not done just yet.
Certainly not. And there's so much time left on the clock. 3 minutes 31 and 6 goals in this game so far. It's almost reminiscent of the Sidemen charity match that I have to confess I watched earlier, which was actually a 6-7 or something of the sort. This is ridiculous. 8-7. It's a pretty high scoring affair nonetheless, and you know what? We're on track for just that, I reckon.
Just for the record, I didn't watch that, and the bits that I was sent, I was disappointed with their defence. But mind you, the defence in this time around has not been stellar. There's been a few tiers that's been much better, but the goals, well, they've been tucked in when called upon, and this has just caused a very nice, very dramatic ending potentially that could unfold here as Cal goes downfield and wants to cause a little bit of chaos in the back lines.
And it's a wonderful clearance as well from Watali. He needs to get a strong 50 on this, but Serve once again commanding the tempo, waiting for that challenge to fly, and was able to comfortably deal with it as Watali once again to the backboard now. Follows up his own touch very nicely, and Cal over to the corner hopefully has a means of following up, as there's a lot of open space in this midfield as a result of that deep back line from the orange side, as they can only hope they can drive a ball forwards and actually make it stick.
Cans. Oh, you near made another blunder. Nearly, but did not, as Watali straight downfield here. Bryn should just be forcing a 50. He's done very much better than what I was hoping for. Serve! Sent away as well too. There may be a quick counter downfield as Cal will get a touch here, and Can should be sending this one instead of chasing it, but he decided to go for that. Bold decision, not costly yet.
Not costly yet, and Cans is trying to turn Can'ts into Cans at the moment, because there seems to be a lot of, well, situations we've been highlighting that particular player for something he could have done more in, but he has certainly provided a great contribution for this Abyss side. So we're ticking down into the latter stages of this game. Serve opting for a flip reset, trying to best the last defender, and Cans, he needs to hold his ground, hopefully gets a solid touch, but bailed out by Watali.
Well, Cans downfield it goes here, over to Cal to the opposite side here. The grain of pressure being fully used by both sides here. It's created a nice little bit of tug of war. And speaking about war, there was a battle of physicalities, and that shot was dreadful. No! Disaster spilled, horrors that would cause you to go forever requiring treatment. Bagel, what an unfortunate situation that could have sent you home from this competition.
Absolutely tragic for Bagel, who worked so hard to stand his ground and unfortunately found himself in the motions of putting the ball in the back of his own net. That could be an absolutely crushing blow to Abyss in these late stages. Now, they need to generate some solid offense for one final time just to put them in contention of continuing this series. As serve now into the corner. Cans needs to try and dance around him, but a fantastic dunk and an open shooting opportunity. Cans once again that player to deal with the situation and take command and take control, but they need to create something.
Off to the backboard.
I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bag. You're like a computer crash, baby. I was wrong, so she left me. Now I'm down on my left knee, but I'm gone in a jet speed. Get around like a 10-speed. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. You don't know a damn thing. 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 Baby, that's a damn shame. 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 I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. You just hold me back and it makes me mad. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad. I bet she does it with ease. I bet she does it to tease. Somehow she got in my dreams. I'm a nightmare. This ain't how I used to see. I guess it wasn't to be. Not everything's what it seems. Making that clear. I think I saw the devil in her eyes. I sink, I fall. This happens every time. Go ahead and call upon another guy. This is way, way, way too much for me. The demons keep her company. I gotta watch my back, probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Pretend like I'm not that sad. She only know how to make me mad. How to make me mad.
One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody, and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I don't wanna say good riddance, but you let me down, wasn't with it. I don't even know what I'm living for. You held me down, couldn't pivot from the hell I made that I live in. I guess I just have to finish your plan of destruction to end what we love, to cut ourselves off and keep holding a grudge. I guess being rich was just never enough to save what we love or our death from above. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine, then it's all just lies. I feel the darkness around me. I know my demons surround me. Even the light that I held close was absent the moment they found me. Where do I run? Tell me, where do I turn to escape my head filled with trouble and hurt? The blood on my shoulders has soaked through my skin. I bang on the door, but they won't let me in. Don't want to drift away into the past, but I just can't get over all that I had. All that I lost when I found what I sought. Let myself go just to get what I've got. One for the money, two for the hoes. I got nobody and I'm on my own. Yeah, I'm on my own. No one to trust, so I'm fine all alone. I'm so sick of this way of life. Love has failed, I can do no right. Pray to God that I'll see the light. If I say I'm fine,
Do you think you could be my little runaway? I say we just leave and get away. Forget the whole world and run away. We'll make our own rules and run away. Run away, run away. I just really wanna get to know ya. Know you tired of all of the old ones. If you wanna lean on my shoulder, I could hold you until we're older. Just one look, I'm going crazy. Never
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC. It is one of those nights where you can have joy and sadness somewhat combined together. We'll break down that just in a moment's time. But Psycho, how are you?
I'm doing wonderfully, Danny, and it's about that time, isn't it? It's about that time where we start crossing our fingers, crossing our toes, crossing everything we have that, you know, we can be in for a treat of a series, Danny.
Well, certainly so, as we move quite literally into the business end, to the point where we settle grievances as well as the potential arguments too. I'm also going to effectively swear on broadcast, as our broadcaster has put it mental times towards me. A bracket reset looks likely on the cards tonight here. That's of course depending on a particular team showing up tonight, as Fearless Alpha beat them before. The second set of matches here for this best of 7 could provide maybe an upset here.
Absolutely, and this is the matchup that everyone wanted and expected to see. I think it's fair to say there's two teams on display that have made their way to the grand finals with a wealth of experience, and only one of those two teams can actually make it count on the day, and Severance are looking to be that underdog factor which strike and push us forwards the distance, Danny.
Well, certainly so as well too, and our broadcaster knows us very well by this point here. So it's time to look at the statistics, and we have, and now it's time to maybe look at towards the match itself here, because Psycho, I'm just going to ask you, which way is this going to go?
My head certainly says Fearless Alpha, but of recent, we have seen Severance throw up some very solid performances. Even in the match that they lost against Fearless Alpha earlier, it wasn't complete domination. It looked even throughout, and Severance have just come off the back of a very, very demanding win, so you never know what might happen.
That's absolutely true. The Masters tier, the final, the top tier of all the draft system, finds a conclusion, a winner, and the king of the losers. May be a cruel title, but it's one they will have. It will be also one that a few people would like to mention as well. D-Lens multiple winner beforehand. Serve will not be happy with me mentioning this. The last final he was in when I cast it, he lost. Will it come to fruition once again?
Well, hopefully not from his perspective, but it's going to be Severance, which do something early on. It wasn't particularly a well-worked affair, but it is a goal to push the momentum in their direction early on. And just looking at the players on these two rosters, you have so much experience between these teams. I remember Sibo, a name that was competing even 4 or 5 years ago. So much time has passed since then, and I'm sure as a player he's only had these experiences more and more often. And a player like D-Lynch, multi-time champion, He's got so many talents to his names, and he's been exploring so many avenues in this competitive community. It's safe to say there's a lot of talent on the field.
I hate you, Psycho.
Why is that?
Mentioning players 5-6 years ago and still reaching to a grand final.
It was in a positive light, I promise.
I know. Showing off.
Could have been you, Danny.
Yeah, definitely
could have been you.
Me. Nah, that's a long time ago.
If we start to see one of these two rosters crumble, I'll let them know that there is backup available, as Bryn is somehow going to find the upper 90, the left-hand side of the net wide open and undefended from the blue side. Sibo really needed a crucial 50-50 or at least a beat on the man challenging, and Bryn certainly got a good touch there.
Certainly so. Might require a bit of backup here. 2-0 conceding in the first game. That is warning signs in my sort of head right now, as it flashes pretty obvious here. Sir looking to do a bit more here, and this is a polar opposite somewhat to the first time we've seen these two sides to battle, of course, in that upper final that could arguably be match of the season, at least from this point here of the top tier itself. Here it's Bryn fires one and fires it so wide here, it was a bit of a shock there.
And Bryn is going to try and re-establish some possession for his side as a shot comes through on a near open net, and it seems at the moment Fearless Alpha struggling to find their footing, especially in their back line at the moment, but it's hopefully not going to be representative of times to come, as Severance once again exploiting that gap.
Who would have thought we would have went into this game here and seen a massive statement, but let's also put a bit this on the table. Serve and the rest of the team had to play all our final match. They had to make a statement. They had to show what they were capable of. D-Lynch and the rest had to wait, had to warm up, and thus is representative of that crossbar and down.
Yeah, and Fearless Alpha, they need to build some momentum. Severance at the moment certainly riding with it after their dominating performance in the previous lower finals. So at the moment it's Fearless Alpha who need to try and regain their confidence, some might say, as Caldi on the side of the field in a 1v1 situation. Genzo left completely alone. I was waiting for the camera to pan around and see if the support was back in numbers, and there was simply no support given as D-Lynch tries to aim for a teammate, and Genzo who strikes on an near open net. Wonderful save by Bryn, but it's not quite good enough.
Fender there was waiting and did not rotate quick enough, and it's due to D-Lynch who will strike this one in quite nicely, and just to represent a bit of fairness, a bit of balance here, and maybe even a bit critical too, which wouldn't be surprised to many. Fearless Alpha won 4-0 the first time around in their opening game here. We thought it would have been the direct opposite here. Maybe we might get a response here. Certainly with D-Lynch opening goal has eluded a point potentially to unfold, but not showing the full ripples of the effect here.
Perhaps so, but D-Lynch is certainly going to be that highlight player I look at on the Fearless Alpha side, not because of what he does in the offensive zone, as a player we're watching on display right now is capable of, but just because he's such a smart player. He knows how to control a game, adapt to a game, he knows what to do, he has the experience, and Severance, I'm not sure they care about that too much.
Certainly not. I think once we go with a 3-4 goal margin, we might as well chalk the game down into the column here. And I think it'd be fair to say, Seiko, when we look at the likes of D-Lynch, I wouldn't say I've had the pleasure playing with the man himself here, but he has a way, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a grace, but certainly a stance on the game and sort of physicality that most players we actually don't see at this level with.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. It was actually back in a team with Geordie Unknown, my previous teammate, that D-Lynch was that player with just so much of a head to him. He knew what to do in every situation, and I always thought that I was the weaker player in a roster with him, which I don't usually say. He was that strong of a player back then, and Genzo is going to level the scoreline. Well, take it closer to levelling the scoreline, but as you say, Danny, it's pretty much worth chalking it down on the column because there really isn't much time to work with. Unless they can spawn some goals from miracles, I just don't think there's much that gives at the moment.
It's nice to say we have Captain Optimism into the commentary booth, which is rich coming from me since I was the one that said it much earlier.
And Genzo now is going to take to the skies and try and best. Very deep last defender is served now off to the corner, can only touch it as far as D-Lynch back central, aiming for a teammate to follow forwards, but Sibo not biting. He doesn't want to over-aggress and cause another goal late on, as there's two orange players in a similar boat at the moment, working forward in unison, and D-Lynch just handing possession straight back over.
Nice to see that one flung right up here.
Oof.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh. Not just yet. Wait for the outcome of the kickoff, I think it's fair to say. If there's some possession in the blue side straight after, maybe I'll be a little bit more optimistic.
Might push to the red side. It has not yet, of course, but not representative of an immediate goal just yet here is served. Still looking to have his real say in this grand finals. D-Lynch chasing it down here. How smart is he? Very much smart! And that shot could have been placed to the far right. It could have been placed to the middle, but he made everybody sweat by how tight he made it to the left. Doesn't matter. 4 apiece.
Who cares? He's put it in the back of the net. And as for D-Lynch, he had to throw himself up and just hope the ball would gravitate into his car. And he managed to get such an important dunk with that late minute prediction. There's a ceiling shot attempt from Genzo is not going to work on this occasion. D-Lynch back to the backboard. Cal looking a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe a last-minute shot to come through. Opted for the pass. A smart decision indeed to keep the play flowing. As Genzo once again in the corner with a 50-50 out. It looks dangerous for this blue side now as a touch from serve. Not quite going to do it.
Game 1 looked over. It looked done. Thank not we're in OT. There's still a few words scrambling around here. The argument of these two teams need to be settled. Certainly not here. They've provided certainly entertainment tonight as D-Lynch beaten off to the ball, but we'll get the demo. It was a recipe he showed in the upper final. Straight ball downfield here. Serve versus D-Lynch. The two star MVPs do battle, and they will certainly be doing it later on here. Another demo, but this time Bryn gets it on Sibo. The older sets of players here showing their wise heads.
And this is looking a little sketchy for the orange side at the moment, as they're going to be able to deliver the ball straight back to their opposition. Genzo needs to try and opt high, but an unfortunate misflip there has caused a possession loss briefly, as Bryn is going to get killed for his efforts in the corner, and Cal lunging the ball downfield straight back to the hands of Genzo. Needs to get a smart 50 here as serve up in the air. What can he do with his mechanical masterclass? It's a beautifully well worked goal. Absolute magic from serve.
It's really nice to see Bryn bar Archeon's wheelchair crawler there. Look at that shot. Look at the precision. Look at the strike. Look at the wonders of it. Archeon will be so proud that his slipper has came into effect there, but mind you, serve done well. He deserved to get the goal. Didn't happen, of course, but if this is the opening game, if this is the performance here, Sauce, are you up there? This might be the bracket reset.
Yep, no early bedtimes for our broadcaster at the back, unfortunately, as, well, Severance, they were able to push it across the finish line just about, and that last minute piece of magic from serve, that little explosive offense from serve is what pushed them across the finish line. But if I look at this game in the greater context of things, it did look very impressive from Fearless Alpha. They were able to really come back and give us one heck of a game.
Certainly so. This has been a treat so far. Let's not hope that it just dilutes down. It's been fabulous so far. I'm not even going to try to analyse. I'm not even going to sit here and critique, because this has been outstanding so far, Psycho, here. And as much as we like to wind a few people up in the commentary booth, these players deserve the full respect here, because we don't get to see this very often.
Absolutely, and we're well underway in this game number 2, and I'm just really hoping that we can see some of that explosive nature that the tail end of the previous game served us so nicely, as D-Lynch up in the air nice and quickly is going to give possession straight over to that offensive powerhouse I mentioned just moments ago, as Sibo in the corner and needs to try and play for some control, and has let the ball just slip underneath his fingertips, but absolutely not a problem so far.
Here and there, slight bit of sketchy start from that red side there, but it's been passed at least once and twice in small little triangles as D-Lynch got fed up. Very traditional Irish style of play, just boot it away from the opposition and make them respond back by chasing after it. But this time he slows it down here, gives a bit of time for recovery, as Alpha themselves will need it, certainly so, and that's fabulous. Oh, game on.
And he's almost beaten the player as well at the back lines. He had one job, and that was just to apply some pressure. He not only did that, he beat 3 players. He beat the entire team and danced round them, as Genzo takes to the skies and tries to recreate what his teammates did just seconds ago, as a shot comes through from Sibo. I was really expecting a touch on the front post there from this Severance side, but it's just about squeezed its way in.
Oh, I love this certain phrase. Keeper shouldn't be beat on his near side. And I'll leave it at that.
Poor Adam is going to be having a lot of qualms with you later, Danny.
Well, he got thrashed in Football Manager, he can't talk.
That's the way things go. If you beat Danny in Football Manager, he'll throw the quotes that you hate the most with an absolute, I don't know, distaste. Passion. That's the word I'm looking for.
There's nothing worse than a sore winner. And I'm certainly one of them sometimes.
Makes two of us. I got beaten by 4 bots. That was an interesting occasion, but nonetheless, Danny, we do have a game on our hands.
My career. How dare you describe me as a
I'm
bot?
sorry, Danny. No, that certainly wasn't directed towards you, I promise.
No, certainly not. You wouldn't insult your co-caster.
I would never do such a thing.
I certainly would, and certainly agree with me. The chat and comment there on that one. Maybe wanting to play in the Champions League. Certainly not good enough. Our champions here certainly know how to score a wide open net there.
Man, fortunately it wasn't in the fashion we saw earlier from, I believe it was Bryn, who you compared very nicely to Archaon in the wheelchair, just dancing around on the net line, just trying to do everything he can to poke it in. It was a little bit more composed than that, it must be said, as D Lynch is going to regain possession in his back turf, blocked away by Bryn. He's hopefully going to opt for a teammate in central, or just find a ball high, just try and find some space in the offensive zones. As D Lynch once again baiting out the defenders. He's not wanting to rush and push into their territory too hard. He's just forcing the agenda from the opposition.
I love how people might think roasting or taking the verbal Mickey out of Archeon, but we love him greatly and dearly, especially with all the effort that he puts into the scene, and one of the oldest players, and yet arguably the one with the most level head, of course the head admin that we refer to, but I think the level-headedness approach here that we saw in Game 1 that had been extinguished with the amount of goals here as D-Lynch gets that one through 3-0. I'm not saying we're going to get a repeat here of the last game, but we wouldn't be far off it here.
No, not particularly, and D Lynch getting the job done on a wide open net. Absolutely nobody from Severance covering the highway to net, and unfortunately for them, they've just made their lives so much trickier. But this is a series with a pretty long duration, 7 games in fact, so certainly time to
14.
adapt to their mistakes. 14, yeah, I forgot about that. We called that so early on just to really annoy our broadcaster source, but yeah, let's go with that. 14.
Yes, and if we're extra lucky we might get 21 here, but those games might not be broadcasted.
Foreshadowing our entrance to the lobby. I'm sure that'd be a treat for everyone to see as Sibo over to the left-hand side. Absolutely nobody there whatsoever, but it doesn't matter. They're 3 goals to the good as Bryn. Certainly an attempt which needed to find its way at least on target, and it was blocked away by the defence.
Well, just like that, D-Lynch is around. Serve back up into at least a reasonable spot here. Sibo launching it downfield over to Bryn, but Nabolt shouldn't be getting to this one as everybody getting chased around, quite literally spread the pitch. I think both sides here don't want to do battle like the last game. I think arguably they're content to let this one go.
Yeah, there seems to be absolutely no last-second hopes and dreams on display from Severance. I just think they're just trying to find a rhythm that they are comfortable with. At the moment they look relatively comfortable, but certainly no opportunities their direction, as in the grand scheme of things in this particular game, Fearless Alpha have had all of the offensive opportunities and Severance have been on the back foot from the very first second.
Certainly so. It has been somewhat different to the opening game, but again we weren't expecting the same sort of style of play to come out continuously, so, and somewhat shown by the fact of the lack of the response, but it's a long series, best of 7. You can easily burn yourself out on lost causes. That certainly was there for Severance, as a 3-0 scoreline. Was that representative of the performance? Probably yes. But is it going to get them the series win? I highly doubt that singular game will be the showcase for them.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be the tipping point to Severance's demise. I think that's calling things way too early. And Severance, they have more left in the tank, but in that particular game, we didn't see any of it. So that might be a potential cause for concern, as they need to go the distance. They really need to show themselves, particular in these opening stages of the series, that they are the demanding factor. They are the team to be beaten.
Well, certainly so, and we don't get to really see this very often as well too, in terms of us as casters, and you don't get to actually see it, but all the players most of them actually didn't ready up. Usually it's a nice indicator they just want to get the games going quick, ready and going. Everybody's taking their time. Everybody's poised in their own columns trying to work out what's going on. In fact, D-Lynch was the last one to ready up as well too. We've given so much compliments to this player in terms of watching out how smart he is, how ability-wise to dictate the game as well. To a former champion, let's not forget this. And he's just won the last game. Let's not forget this. He's not running away or getting ahead of himself here.
Not whatsoever. And so far, Fearless Alpha are looking to continue their dictation of the pace. And that is what this team composition really brings forth with the most clarity. That security, it must be said, in Genzo. It was a difficult finish to find its way past the keeper, but it's such a beautifully placed shot.
The moment the jump came, it was gone. And that... I like to sit there and blame the defender, but you really can't sometimes.
Unfortunately not. That last defender just came steaming back, trying to get any sort of grasp he could at the very last second, and you really don't blame him for coming in at the pace that he did, because if that was just a straight shot, it's game over. Left-hand side, it's game over. He needed a bit of pace behind him, and Fearless Alpha certainly establishing control early on as Sibo to the backboard. It's not quite going to be able to be followed up by a teammate. Genzo now back in his own corner, dancing round the opposition. And D-Lynch at Sibo just happy to sit at the back.
The same serve will do likewise here, up and down. It will force the back wall defender to play into action here. D-Lynch from the ground, of convincing clear in the slightest, and serve knew that. And that's a wonderful touch, but an excellent clearance to follow through. Now the chase will begin here, and D-Lynch not a fan of that play though.
Maybe not so, as we see a brief counter-attack from Severance, not quite converted on that occasion, but Serve with a lot of space in the air, a lot of time to dribble and do as he may. Let his thoughts take the wheel, and the hands just, well, they effortlessly do whatever they do, as Genzo now strikes central, and there is going to be two defenders there to deal with the situation. Serve, can he find a teammate to transition forward? It's exactly going to be what he attempts, but blocked away once again by this wonderful backline of Fearless Alpha.
Back round, back in, just like that. And again, Fearless Alpha is just once more touching it away. Will the Alpha be there this time around, as it's been tipped into the corner and Cal takes over here. It's very much robotic in terms of what we compared to the pace was much earlier in the series. Game 1 and 2, electric at times, but in the corner, they're taking their time and the keeper can read it so comfortably. It gets pitches to the midline, but responded back in kind.
Absolutely, and I think this game management from Fearless Alpha is really playing a part. I think they're very content just hanging on a one-goal advantage. Certainly seems that way by their positional shape. They're really not too threatened by what their opponent is giving them. That should have been converted from Severance. A wide open net, and D-Lynch, he knew he'd made a grave mistake by sticking just deep of that front post. The space was there, the conversion certainly not.
D-Lynch this time gets to see him. But reprimand might be called in order, as the marching orders is sending to the net here. It sees of red, and the defence holds out by Cal. It should be whipped in here by Bryn. He's took his time, still does so, as Genzo gets the vital block, and D-Lynch not the clearance he wants. So both sides are necessarily struggling what the opposition is thriving on.
And Cal in the corner is going to be surrounded by two blue players looking ominously his direction, and Serve with a lot of work to do has just about managed to see it clear as he works his way forwards. And Sibo once again opting to try and find a teammate high laterally across the field as Cal D knocking it high only to the hands of the opposition. Serve now taking it in the corner. Seeb happy to wait there and just let the play come to him, and gets a demo for his efforts. D-Lynch, can he pop it over the last defender? It's a wonderful shot, just about tucked away by Bryn, and once again over to the side.
One goals are difficult to maintain. If you can get the second one, you'll be a lot more content. But Fearless Alpha will be the more annoyed, the more agitated by the two after all the pressure has to run back and defend here as Bryn, who has been the architect of that defensive wall here, the serve bumped away. Both sides here slightly finding a struggle to get past each other as Cal, last man, can only tip it wide, but this looks promising. This looks wide open, and that is the wall.
And that's the goal, Danny, as simple as that. Sibo. Well, it was an unconventional means of their team managing to work it into the back of the net, but it was that positional pressure from Genzo on the last defender which forced the agenda of the defender to just touch it high, straight back into the hands of the second man.
Oh, sometimes these players really know how to play well. And then you got that serve, looking to maybe just to settle maybe a point here, just to get back into it. And arguably speaking here, serve has done very little in terms of having the highlight, the spotlights onto him. We talked about D-Lynch quite consistently in this game, but serve, has he gone missing in the big match here?
I mean, potentially so, but I can almost sympathise with him because this is a player that thrives off of beating his man. If he can dance past the first player, well, the rest is history because he's got a bunch of creativity to his name and methods of working the ball into an offensive area. But at the moment, he just seems to be shunned away by this incredibly deep and relaxed line from Fearless Alpha, which has just been maintained throughout the entire of the last two games.
Well, certainly so, but the argument here that if you can't beat them all, well, how do you draw them out? How do you force the issues to allow a player like that? Or how do you maybe adapt your own gameplay to even allow him to be somewhat unleashed here? And Severance has not adapted to the game here.
And you're absolutely right in saying them, and it's a very difficult question to answer because at the moment for Severance, they know where their strengths lie, but they can't actually find those strengths in any meaningful capacity when it matters at the moment. And these previous two games, I think it's fair to say, Fearless Alpha have been pretty dominating and have showed that little more electric offense that you were on about earlier, Danny.
Well, certainly so, and I hate to break the good mood, Psycho.
What's
I've
up?
just spotted one of my pet peeves.
What would that be?
A player in a grand final, too busy chatting. Quite literally,
Ooh.
in the middle of the broadcast. Can't stand that at all.
Well, D-Lynch, all eyes on you, buddy. If you're the reason for your team's downfall, let it be known that it was called out long ago, so you should be ashamed of your personal behaviour. But nonetheless, I think it's quite telling of his confidence at the moment that he's just able to hop on the Twitch chat and say, yeah, cheers, Luke, and just get on with the job.
Wouldn't happen in my day. Certainly would not be stand for younger players.
The younger generation might strike here as well. I thought it was going to be D-Lynch that did the job, but ultimately it's Genzo, or Genzo, whichever one you prefer, who touches a ball high, and D-Lynch just unleashed downfield, getting that important demolition.
That's a crucial goal as well. But even with that one, it has been somewhat critical, an early lead here. We haven't really seen back and forth other since that sort of 3-1 sort of tight margin here, but that needs to occur more regularly here, especially for the side here. Severance who needs, and arguably at this point here, quite literally a must at this point. It's not even a need.
They need something, and they're going to have to dig deep to figure out what it is they can do to get that something. As Bryn and Serve, both on their back line, are only going to filter the ball straight back to their oppositions. And at the moment for Severance, they're very content just sitting in their own net and praying that Fearless Alpha don't come to haunt them, as Cal gets, well, a little touch from out of nowhere. As they were all sorts of out of shape, as Cal at the back opting not to go, letting his teammate push forwards. And at the moment, they have no means of connecting with each other forward from the back line. They're just happy to camp it out and see what happens. That's not a way to score goals, Danny.
Certainly not. And Bryn straight downfield here, looking to score something on the end of this. Big save! And that one into the heart of it. Finally, a response.
And it's Sieb with that crucial whiff that D Lynch was counting on to get some sort of clearance, has spelt disaster. Unfortunately for County, that might be the spark that lights the fire for Severance, and hopefully they can continue this run of momentum.
Sebo. Fortunately, he's ran into a problem there. Serve was on the other end of it. Gets a reasonable clearance as well as Cal. He touches it. He should have options here. In fact, he doesn't. Slightly surprised here. Servants themselves here going to sit back, and that's another foul, but saved by the player. Not good enough, though.
Yep, and once again, it's Severance caught out at the back line. Serve slightly overextending in the corner. It gave the space for the pressure to come, and that was the end of that. The pressure came through, and the goal eventually spawned out of thin air. Unfortunately for Severance, even though they had that spark that was lit, it's been diminished so quickly by Fearless Alpha with their aggression.
Serve looking to maybe just poke a bit of fun. That's a foul with Stemo, and that's a great save as well too in the concept, because that backboard was so open, the net wide open as mentioned beforehand. It would have been a tap, and in fact at this level straight down is Serve looking to go round, but D Lynch decides to pass it back to him into the corner.
And Genzo's going to swipe the ball across to the opposite end of the field, where all that free space lies. An infield pass to D Lynch, just about blocked away by Serve. Gets a critical touch past a very aggressive offender from Fearless Alpha. It's going to generate some space for his team long term, as Bryn can only go as far as the opposition, and I feel this one's going to be uncomfortable to deal with.
Nice little poke up, and Sibo is there. Bryn just tips it away. I'm not a fan of it, especially with Genzo there. Look at the boost usage as well. He draw it out every single bit, almost with an extra half a second onto it just to make the defender slightly worry there. Cal just puts that one downfield. You can just sense when team get fed up with the basics and decide, alright, your turn with it.
Exactly, and you never know if a mistake might creep its way through when you opt for that specific approach, and it's going to be Genzo, Sibo rather, who's managed to run away with an open bit of space from a loose defender. He's flung himself into no man's land.
I like to say we've all been there.
I think you would have stayed your ground, Danny.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be pre-jumping, especially in a match like this.
Oh, I've never seen you pre-jump before, but does it does go to show that even players of this caliber and this consistency still can make mistakes. And D Lynch, very much a standout player at the moment for Fearless, being that rock, being that player who's so capable of baiting out the opposition and controlling the tempo off his own fruition. But nonetheless, Danny, all those words, take them out of my mouth, because Severance are on an absolute tear.
We just even hold on to that effectively baited docket as Psycho ripped it up there. Within one now, under the minute two. It has looked highly unlikely a comeback, and it's been almost uttered before here. It was the very first game, and Serb taking his time here, using very little boost in the grand scheme of things to get the setup, of course, and that set back into the middle, and that's a woeful set of defensive play there. We should have had a shot on target too, so the attacking side needs to hang their heads in shame too.
And that could have been the chance for Severance as well. You have to feel like they're a bit hard done by, as Genzo with a flip reset for the top left-hand corner, just about seen wide by the post. The best defender in the game, of course, of Cal D. He's not going to be able to deal with this so comfortably as he might like, as Serve now needs to try and opt for some control. A 50-50 to the sidewall is going to do exactly that and re-establish possession for his team.
Well, Bryn's there. Sibo's making this one feel like an eternity. 3 seconds easily down to nothing. Ball still up, mind you, and D Lynch, who's very unsportsmanlike with the old traditions of the rules. Rules go out the window, especially in a grand final.
Absolutely, and especially when you've got stakes on the line such as this. Reminder of the prize pot we've got today, 300 quid, not a bad haul and not a amount of cash to be playing about with, but Fearless Alpha, of course, they're playing for more than that. They're playing for their pride on the line as well, and Fearless Alpha, I don't feel that game was as dominating as we've seen from them in the past.
Certainly not, but I think an element of unkindness somewhat. I think Severance made the scoreline look more respectable, Psycho. Especially with a 3-1-2, we just thought was getting out of reach. And it's always somebody on Severance able to drag it back, able to go, hold on, we're not out just yet. But they've not got the game to outright say, right, we're here, we're tied at 3-3. Where is it?
Well, that's the question to be answered, because I have absolutely no clue in which direction this series is going to go, and that's often telling of a good series as well, especially if there's that level of uncertainty from us on the desk. And Severance, we've mentioned it before, they need to put in the hard work, they need to put in the shift to even see themselves through to that bracket reset, that banned word that Source has been egging us on not to use, and of course we have gone and done exactly that for the entire broadcast, Danny.
And yet with that banned word that gets mentioned in production, and I'll be the one saying it again because I'm the one that breaks all the rules apparently, the bracket reset has been pushed so further away here, it's almost time to order something special and sit back and relax here. But I also don't do subtly either on this broadcast either, based on a few people's opinions. So if you have been enjoying the entertainment here at RSC here, you might not enjoy some of the comments that's been made, especially from myself, but don't forget there's a lot of work here. We talked about Arts, Sauce as well too, but even the admins, mods and everybody else down to the players here, get involved. If you feel even extra special as well, don't forget to either donate or even sub. You get to avoid those especially pesky advertisements. I'm sure the link will be dropped down and evolve here, as this could be the last of the draft season. This could be the last game that we could be seeing. Let's of course make sure that next season is even more special, as Serve looking to cause something there, but not special enough to break the defence here.
There's a well-formed backline as well to deal with that problem child of an offender. The Serve is only going to tap it back to Sibo. Caldi with a lot of work to do and is going to try and follow up on his own touch. Cannot find the 50-50 though, as D Lynch once again marching forwards and pounding the offence, but the offence, it doesn't even need to be there because the backline has simply evaporated. Bryn hoofing a ball long to the backlines, and Serve, why did you jump?
I'm saying nothing. I'm not going to get into this game tonight.
Well, moving past it as briskly as that, I'm praying for this Severance roster that those tiny little mistakes aren't going to be the last thing that these players remember in a season that has been so special for them. And certainly coming into this final game of the night, they've shown themselves to be a worthy team, a worthy contender of pushing it the distance, and potentially in some people's books even going the distance, as it's going to be Genzo who finds an opening bit of space and just makes it that little bit harder.
Sometimes we reminisce into the past and think it's always better. Sometimes the future might not deliver. Either of those two statements here, we've got an element of both here, but Sir, looking to maybe push us into an extra game here, but it has to be a goal at some point within the next 3 minutes, followed by a quick response too, and even then it's just not enough.
Oh, and it's a great infield pass, and that could have been the opportunity which once again got that fire lit as a demo comes through. Not just one, it's two. The Sibo lurking on the back lines, who's made the transition play all the way downfield. I have no idea what was going through this player's head. It seemed as if Fearless Alpha were firmly rooted in the defence, and yet here he is, causing havoc on the other end.
Just take a moment here and think about that first game. It was a statement, and mind you, it has continued to be a rolling effect as well too, that has tumbled and stumbled the best of teams here. As that ball Again, has to break through, not just the first, second, but the third man here. And why are you sitting behind the line?
Oh, pay your respects for this Severance side. I feel it's just about done for them. Only half of the game to go. Can they claw back something from nothing? That is going to be the hopes and all of the minds of the viewers and the production crew alike. As D-Lynch just wavering across the field oh so casually. It's almost as if they know they've already won at this stage. They're happy to punt the ball downfield, play for time, and just take absolutely no risks. And if there is going to be a team to see it through with their solidity and just experience to their names, it's probably this Fearless Alpha roster.
Especially elated with D-Lynch. Been here before, won it before. Unfortunately, knows what it takes to lose it too. A horrible feeling that you do not want to experience in your career, but he's done it again, which feels like we're giving him the celebration, and his team rightly so here. But does Serve, Cal and Bryn have what it takes to muster 4 goals? No.
Certainly not, but we're going to watch them try anyway. And they've certainly put on a spectacle for us through the competition's entirety, so we may as well pay them the respects they so rightfully deserve in these latter stages of the match, as Sibo is just toying with his food at the back. D-Lynch with a flip reset. Come on, put it home. Serve, he's not a huge fan of that fun.
No. But he also knows me as well, so he clearly doesn't know what fun is.
Oh. I feel as if this might just be one last hurrah for Severance if they can get this offense going. As Cal up to the ceiling, dropping it down to a teammate in Serve, who cannot find an additional 50-50 on the first. And Cal, once again to the middle of 50, goes high. Cal, Serve and Bryn all in that offensive position, just begging a crack to form from the other side, but even they know it's all but over now.
And certainly so, and after such a wonderful display in the upper final, we thought this might be close. I've been saying in the production that this is going to be a bracket reset. How wrong I was, how elated some will be, as that is unfortunately the summary here of Severance's grand final. They hit high, they keep it high, but cannot find the special spots here to keep this game going. It's a runner-up, a silver medal, but a deserving champions in blue.
Absolutely, and full props to Fearless Alpha for pushing it the distance and actually putting on one heck of a performance in that grand finals. After that first game, which looks a little bit messy from these two lineups, Fearless Alpha was that roster to take control, and it just seems that there was no way for their opponents to break them down in Severance. Severance, a roster strong in their own lights and very much a similar playstyle form from them as well, but they just couldn't crack open that defence.
And that's the frustrating bit about it, because we've sat here and seen it before. They were capable of doing it, but as the series got longer, Psycho, it got further away, and the fear factor that was Serve, he went missing. In fact, this is the second final I've cast it with him. He has not won, he has not been able to deliver, and it pains me because I know how good he can be, I know how well he is as a player, but he has not shown up in a second consecutive final for me. And that there is a worrying sign if I'm ever going to cast them again.
Absolutely, and I know he himself is going to be upset with that performance, but you know what? Like I said earlier, I don't think you can be too cruel to that player in particular. He's often that player that everyone looks at as being that highlight player, full of mechanical presence and just able to create something from nothing seemingly all the time. But when you do face a strong opposition such as Fearless Alpha today, I can only sympathise with the fact he couldn't deliver that performance on that big stage.
Well, certainly so. An experience worth having, an experience that you need to have in these big matches. The only way to get there is, of course, being there. But, of course, as I said during the end of that particular match, in terms of the opening of it, if you have enjoyed RSC, if you've enjoyed what it is, kid, be active, join the Discord if you feel extra generous. Feel free, of course, to donate or even sub on the Twitch channel as well too. Everything goes back in to the RSC, and you can see what the likes of Archeon is able to do to help fund, to help push the scene further on, because that prize pool, mind you, £300 is going to this particular set of team here, as we'll hopefully get a word in from these fabulous players. I think arguably most of them seems to be shy, because I only just see one in Psycho. Well, maybe I may have to give them an extra second here to stop screaming and celebrating.
Perhaps so, and I'm sure they're going to be howling away at the moment. They're just glad they managed to push themselves across the finish line and get the job done. But like you say, Danny, a broadcast put on such as today's, it's an effort. It's a large effort from a team of very, very passionate volunteers, and anything that the community does to give back to that is incredibly generous indeed and keeps these shows going, moving forward. So, you know, as Danny said, if you do have a few bucks to spare, throw them over, because it's going to be recycled back for another spectacular season like this.
Well, just like that there, we do have our champions, and by that I mean we have a GM apparently just doing the interview itself as the moment here, because the team is too busy launching into large bits of celebration at the moment, which is a shame, because I would like to reunite you with a former teammate and show you his joy, his delight and everything, but we might as well start with the GM in the form of Buddha, who we were talking no more than a few hours ago. I must say, how does it feel, first of all?
Oh, this is amazing. Finally, a franchise win. I love my master team. Honestly, huge congratulations to them. I mean, Delic even called it as soon as I drafted him. He said, Buddha, I've got you top 3. And I was like, okay, we got to break the curse first. But he did it. They did it. I'm so proud of them. They got Delic, Sibo, Genzo, all played so well today. And Paul, he put in a big shift with the sub games and league play. Just a huge thank you to all of them for even, giving me my first franchise win.
Well, massive congratulations to you, Buddha. It's been a fantastic pleasure to watch all of you and your roster compete forwards, but there's a certain player in this call which I know pretty well at this point, and that's a certain D. Lynch, a man with a wealth of experience and a wealth of accolades. How does it feel to add to your tally?
Well, Psycho, it's great to finally talk to you again. Haven't seen you in a while. It's been a while.
Good to see you again.
Yeah. It feels amazing. Like, as in, that statistic that was flowing around ever since season 7 of top 3. I've been that close every season. Season 7 I won it. Season 8 grand finals. Last season 3rd. It was so close, but it just feels amazing to just finally add to that tally. It's just unbelievable. Finally get to have those 2 trophies next to my name.
I'm going to be a bit cheeky with a comment here. How does it feel, Dylan, to be more successful than a washed-up CRL player in the form of Psycho?
Look.
Answer honestly.
I don't get an in-game Rocket League tag. That's all I'm saying.
Well, arguably deserving of an RSC title, surely in-game.
You know what? So someone surely has connections. Make it happen, boys. Make it happen.
I'm not sure I can guarantee anything, but I'd love to see that. Hop in a ranked game and just see D. Lynch with your shiny little... Well, make it a unique colour at least. A purple tag, just, strutting around all pretty. That'd be amazing stuff. But it looked to me as if this roster which you guys have formed, I know you said just in the question prior that as soon as this team came together, you thought you were pretty much destined to success, and you thought, you know what, we have a winner on our hands. What actually is it between the 3 of you on this main roster that actually pushed it the distance?
Oh, that's a tough question. That's a real tough question. Because see, it was originally me and Genzo on the roster, and during the early days of preseason, Sibo actually wasn't drafted to this team. He was drafted for another team. And Buddha and Larson's plans of forming a super team with the other third we had just weren't working. The vibes weren't there in preseason. So we needed someone that fit, and Genzo's good friend Sibo was available, so we took him, and it was rough early days. First week or 2 it was rough, but as time went on, we knew it just started to gel a lot more. And I feel, look, we peaked in playoff time. We peaked in the right time. I feel this is the best Rocket League we've played in the last 3 months. So if you're going to choose any time to peak, now's the time to do it.
Well, from peaking to playing well, and the GM Buddha there was providing quite a lot of credit, accolades, and a lot of respect as well too. And we haven't heard from this player as well, and from our Twitch chat who's been watching patiently, a lot of support as well too. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Paul play today, but Paul, what does it mean to be a part of the process of playing as well as being in this type of team too? Man, a few words by the sounds of it here, Sego.
Very quiet indeed. Would you like to repeat the question, perhaps, if it was unheard?
Might be a problem with the VMix call, I think. I'm not sure, because Sibo had trouble, I think, connecting as well.
Well, we'll try. Paul, are you there?
Paul!
No, we'll just leave Paul. He's missed the open wide net here, and I can't be bothered waiting. And we might as well talk to you more, D-Lens, because frankly, if we were to give an MVP, there was a debate between Serve and yourself, and you also asked for a biased cast tonight, so I think it'd be very fair between the both of us here that you would be our very deserving MVP of the Master tier.
Me?
Yes.
So okay, 1 second now. I'm not believing any of this. I was missing the ball 24/7 in every single game we played.
Excuse me, but that was an Irish masterclass on how to play the game.
No, look. Honestly, I think Genzo and Sibo, they were both popping off insanely today. They deserve it more than me. But I'm gonna just shout out the two of them. They were absolutely incredible today. I'm gonna give a big shout out to Paul, helping us throughout the season. But best GM around, Larson. Another big shout out to the Irish. Love the cans. Teaching me the way of the demos. That really helped annoy Serve in those 2 matches there. And this might be a bit controversial of a shout out right now, considering this is for Fearless Esports, but Mop Overture. Let's go, boys. Bring back Overture. We love Chun. Chun, if you ever see this, Chun, we love you, man. We love you.
Okay, can I do one final one? I'd feel really bad if I didn't shout one of the main people here at Fearless.
Go for it, Pluto.
But the AGM, Larson, he's done so much work in roster building in the franchise. I feel like we just forgot about Larson. He obviously helped with the coaching side as well. And Larson, a massive props to him as well. I don't know. I know I didn't.
Look, I was thinking of Larson. I can't remember if I said it or not, but...
Well, I think with the shout-outs there and hearing the site inside of their Fearless album, thank you very much for joining for the interview. It has been a pleasure. But we do have, unfortunately, to wrap up this broadcast, at least tonight, Psycho, because this has been the Masters here so far. And what we have got to see tonight here was 3 players very much determined to want to prove at least a statement on how to win, how to play very well. D-Lynch, I think, probably unjustly throwing the MVP to his other two teammates, but again, maybe that's just us looking from maybe biased point of views, as we were alluding to earlier.
Perhaps so, and this trio that we've spoken so highly of, we were even in the back room before this match even began and thought, surely it's got to be Fearless that takes it the distance. This roster on paper is so full of experience, so full of talent, so much so that they'd be comfortable even sitting in the Premier tier. And so for them to actually show that worth when it matters is a very, very crucial thing indeed, and that's exactly what they did for us today.
Well, certainly so, but that does mean we have a conclusion, and that's unfortunately we do have a winner. That was Alpha Severance, was very deserving runner-ups, mind you, but from the entirety of the crew here at RSC means it has to be a good night. But it's not over yet. The Premiership tier is tomorrow. The top tiers of Europe, the bubble scene itself, the semi-professional do battle. Maybe we might see a few of the players tonight maybe step up. We're not going to tell you all of the secrets so far, but if you have enjoyed it, tune in for that. We'll see you then.
but then you pulled a card. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm out of here. I think you out of low. Simple little changes, probably all subtle. Notice that you ain't the same, and I'm puzzled. Wonder what it takes, I'm breaking down rubble. I had to switch lanes, I'm safe in my bubble. Look, I don't know what I'm feeling. We back and forth depending. No matter what the weather is, you're never gonna get it. Packing my bags, moving, I'm finished. All out of gas, I've been empty diminished. I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and